Chapter 3260. Gu Fei was very curious. Where did this formation platform of the Willow Devil clan lead to? Whether it led to the ancestral god realm or not, nobody knew. Even those fellows of the Willow Devil clan were unwilling to make it clear. The Golden Rock Goddess was teleported away by the Willow Devil clan's transboundary teleportation formation. However, Gu Fei was somewhat worried. One had to know that the Golden Rock Goddess was the descendant of Tsang, Quebec. His true body couldn't leave, so he could only use his avatar. At this time, Gu Fei's avatar appeared on a formation platform after the transboundary teleportation. When he looked around, he was immediately dumbfounded. The surroundings were filled with darkness. This formation platform was actually floating in the middle of a boundless black ocean. What was going on? The sky was dark and the cold wind was whistling. It was simply like hell. Bang! A sound of collision resounded. This formation platform that was floating in the middle of the black ocean was hit by something. Gu Fei's avatar could feel the vibration of the formation platform. He hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound and saw something floating in the water. From time to time, something would hit the formation platform. When Gu Fei's avatar focused his gaze, he couldn't help but be startled. The things floating in the black ocean were actually corpses that were immersed in the black ocean. There were also other life forms of different races that had fallen here. However, their corpses were immortal and were still preserved. They were vivid and lifelike as if they were asleep. The thing that hit the platform just now was a savage beast in the water. It was a corpse the size of a small mountain that hit the platform. Where's the Golden Rock Goddess? Gu Fei's avatar suddenly muttered to himself. The Golden Rock Goddess, who was one step ahead of him, had disappeared. She definitely wasn't in the vicinity. If the Golden Rock Goddess was nearby, he would definitely be able to sense her presence. But now, her aura had completely disappeared. The pitch-black sea was sometimes calm, and sometimes it was filled with towering waves. When it was calm, the entire Black Sea was extremely silent. Not even the sound of waves could be heard. When the huge waves reached the sky, the entire Black Sea began to boil. Even the formation platform that Gu Fei's clone was on was tossed high into the sky by the huge waves. Then it tumbled and fell on the surface of the sea. Gu Fei's doppelganger's feet were like iron nails, firmly nailed to the formation platform. Powerful energy waves spread out from his body, distorting the surrounding void and blocking all the seawater that was splashing in all directions. At this moment, he finally knew why the Golden Rock Goddess was not on the platform. Clearly, the Golden Rock Goddess had chosen to leave. It must be known that even Gu Fei's clone would not be able to last long under such a phenomenon. That was because this Black Sea was strange. It could devour all essence energy. To Gu Fei's clone, this was definitely not a good thing. Soon, the formation platform was swept thousands of miles away from its original place. This, Gu Fei's clone had never expected the situation in this world to be so bad. It was too bad. If he left this formation platform that was floating above the mysterious Black Sea, it would be difficult for him to find it again. If he could not find this formation platform, the consequences would be dire. Gu Fei's clone would not be able to return to the Chaos Demon realm. Preposterous! Gu Fei's clone knew that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. He realized that his essence energy could leak out and be devoured by the Black Sea. He quickly used the secret of none of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao to turn the strange power that enveloped him into nothingness. Only then did his essence energy stop leaking out. What should I do? Gu Fei's clone had a headache. He could not continue like this. If he did not leave the Black Sea, how could he explore this world? However, if he left the formation platform, he would not be able to return. He tried to put away the formation platform, but he realized that it was not something he could put away at all. It was an extreme demonic artifact refined by the extreme demon ancestor. Gu Fei's clone was not a demon, so he could not put away this demonic artifact at all. Even if he was a demon and could use the power of the demonic path, It was definitely not an easy task to put away such a demonic artifact. No one knew if he could do it. This is the only way. Gu Fei's clone used the Divine Seizure secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. He split out a strand of his consciousness and sent it into the formation platform under his feet, leaving behind his imprint. He nodded in satisfaction. Due to the existence of the imprint, Gu Fei's clone could sense the existence of the formation platform no matter where it was. With the protection of the formation platform, Gu Fei's clone was not worried at all that the imprint he left in the formation platform would be destroyed by the power of the Black Sea. At that moment, a towering wave slammed toward Gu Fei's clone. The entire void shook and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Boom! Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately made a move. With a punch, the powerful fist force directly blasted a hole in the towering waves that were sweeping towards them. Without hesitation, he shot up into the sky and rushed out of the hole he had created. Gu Fei's clone quickly disappeared in the extremely chaotic Black Sea. However, as soon as his clone left, a creature suddenly rushed out of the sea near the formation platform. It was a creature covered in black armor. This creature was extremely ferocious and had a pair of demon horns on its head. This creature looked in the direction where Gu Fei's clone had disappeared and suddenly grinned. No one thought that there would be other creatures in the Dead Sea. After all, there was a lack of vitality in this place. How could there be creatures? This was really unbelievable. Rumble! The black Dead Sea was roaring, and endless waves raged on the surface of the sea. A terrifying death aura spread between heaven and earth, and it was simply terrifying. Gu Fei's clone walked in the void under the dim sky. He did not find any trace of the golden rock goddess at all. Moreover, the Dead Sea was extremely vast. Even with Gu Fei's speed, it was impossible for him to rush out of this place in a short period of time. He was extremely shocked. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's clone rushed through the sky, a tentacle suddenly broke through the chaotic sea and pierced toward Gu Fei's clone. This tentacle was very long, and it instantly pierced in front of Gu Fei's clone. What? Gu Fei's clone was shocked. He did not expect that there would be a creature hiding in the Dead Sea, and that this creature would dare to attack him. Chapter 3261. Hidden beneath the surface of the strange Black Sea was an incomparably powerful creature. This creature seemed to be a devil, but it was fundamentally different from a pure-blooded devil. This caused Gu Fei's clone to feel puzzled. Could the formation of this place be related to devils? Then where was this place? Was it the ancestral God realm? The ancestral God realm was the land of God, the ancestral land where God was born. This place should be filled with a divine aura. Not like this. Just as Gu Fei's clone flew over the sea, a tentacle suddenly broke through the surface of the sea. Like a peerless spear, it pierced towards him. Gu Fei's clone directly stretched out his hand to grab the piercing tentacle. However, the tentacle suddenly turned around and tightly wrapped around him. What? Gu Fei's clone was shocked. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from his body. The tentacle that tightly wrapped around him was immediately broken into countless pieces and fell from the sky. When Gu Fei's clone saw the blood that splashed out from the tentacle, he was shocked again, because it was a kind of blood similar to devil blood, emitting a dark blue devil light. Every drop of devil blood emitted a powerful aura. When the devil blood and the countless pieces of broken tentacle fell into the Black Sea, they actually quickly reassembled. Then, a complete and intact tentacle once again appeared in front of Gu Fei's clone. At this moment, the sea began to split in all directions, and an incomparably huge figure emerged from the bottom of the sea. Roar! That creature rushed towards Gu Fei's clone and roared towards the sky. The terrifying sound wave instantly affected Gu Fei's clone. His clothes instantly became tattered and hung on his body. Kill! Gu Fei's clone roared angrily and directly swooped down from the sky. He stretched out his hand, and a huge pond the size of a mountain immediately appeared high up in the sky. Rumble, the hand that blotted out the sky, actually emitted the sound of wind and thunder. An unimaginably powerful force erupted from the hand. With the naked eye, one could clearly see the void below the giant hand collapsing, and transparent ripples spread out in all directions. Shwa! At this time, 8 tentacles suddenly rushed out of the sea. The 8 tentacles emitted a dark blue demonic light, and there were demonic patterns interweaving on them. Every tentacle emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. The 8 tentacles arrived first and fiercely stabbed into the huge hand that was slapping down from the sky. The two forces instantly collided together. In the next moment, the 8 tentacles were instantly turned into a bloody mist by the power that erupted from the sky-covering hand and dissipated in the void. Even the body of the creature in the sea cracked in an instant. An extremely powerful creature was killed by Gu Fei's doppelganger just like that. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not take this sea monster seriously at all. He did not even look at the creature in the sea. He turned around and quickly disappeared into the dark world. That is, Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked and he had to stop. He saw an island in front of him. It was an island that was surrounded by divine light. There was a huge ball of divine light that enveloped the entire island, blocking the surrounding death aura outside the divine light barrier. Shwa! Gu Fei's doppelganger took a step and instantly appeared in front of the island. The island was full of vitality, and there were many birds and beasts in the mountains. With the divine light blocking him, he could not enter the island because he did not want to alarm the creature on the island. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was extremely surprised to see such an island in the endless Black Sea. He really could not understand why such an island would appear in the Black Sea. In the middle of the Black Sea, this island was like a bright lamp in the darkness. Roar! At this moment, a roar was heard. A terrifying demonic energy suddenly erupted as a beast broke out of the sea and rushed out. Boom! With a loud sound, the beast actually slammed into the divine light that enveloped the entire island. The entire divine light barrier shook violently. Seeing the scene, Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked to the extreme. The beast in the Black Sea was actually attacking the island. The beast continued to slam into the divine light barrier. Every time it slammed into the barrier, it felt as though the entire world was shaking. At the same time, countless creatures crawled out of the Black Sea and attacked the island from all directions. There were so many creatures in the sea that one could not see the end of them with a single glance. There were a few powerful existences that did not make a move. They were all watching. They seemed to be very afraid of something on the island. Countless creatures of the Black Sea were just cannon fodder for those few experts. Even if they all died, it did not matter. When those living beings collided with a layer of immortal light, their heads exploded and they died on the spot. At this moment, a creature of the Black Sea suddenly turned and looked at the place where Gu Fei's doppelganger was hiding. In the next moment, the other 2 creatures attacked at almost the same time. Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered and directly punched towards an expert that was rushing towards him. The strong force directly caused the void to explode. Boom! With a loud sound, the creature that was attacking Gu Fei's doppelganger was actually blasted apart by his punch. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and was directly destroyed. What? The other 2 creatures were scared out of their wits when they saw this. They hurriedly stopped and turned to flee. However, it was already too late. The 2 creatures' movements instantly came to a halt. They were imprisoned in the void by the power of Gu Fei's doppelganger. In the next moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, the divine seizing secret art. He directly read the memories of the 2 experts of the Black Sea. Very soon, the heads of the 2 savage beasts of the Black Sea exploded with a single thought from Gu Fei's doppelganger. Their souls dissipated after that as well. They could not be any more dead than they were. So this place is called the Black Demon Sea. Gu Fei muttered to himself. After reading the memories of the primordial spirits of the two primordial beasts, he finally knew what this place was. It was a demonic land in the ancestral god realm, and it was called the Black Demon Sea. Chapter 3262. No one would have thought that the transboundary formation platform left by the Willow Demon clan in the ancestral god realm had been drifting in the Black Demon Sea for countless years. The number of people in the world who knew how the Black Demon Sea was formed could be counted with 10 fingers. However, it was absolutely true that the Black Demon Sea was a forbidden and dangerous place in the ancestral god realm. To the divine race, it was the graveyard of the gods. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts of the divine race had fallen here. The corpses of the experts of the divine race were immortal, and they had regrown their divine consciousness, becoming the most terrifying demonic creatures in the Black Demon Sea. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger had encountered a soul-stirring battle in the Black Demon Sea. Under the dusky sky and earth, there was an island that was emitting endless divine light. Around the island, countless creatures of the Black Sea were frantically attacking the island-guarding formation of the divine island. The weaker creatures of the Black Sea crashed into the island-guarding divine light and were turned into clouds of black-blue blood, missed by the rebounding force. A few powerful creatures among the creatures of the Black Sea discovered Gu Fei's doppelganger and wanted to capture this uninvited guest. However, they were instantly killed by Gu Fei's doppelganger, and their primordial spirit memories were read. Gu Fei's doppelganger also knew why these creatures of the Black Sea were desperately attacking the divine island. It was because there was a divine corpse on the divine island. It was precisely because of this divine corpse that the divine island was filled with the aura of divinity. After the few creatures of the Black Sea were killed by Gu Fei's doppelganger, the other creatures of the Black Sea did not dare to come forward. They all hid far away and did not dare to approach Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger also stopped attacking and just watched quietly. At this time, on the top of the mountain in the Chaos Demon realm, Gu Fei's real body and the magic rock goddess were waiting. After the transboundary passage on the formation platform disappeared, Gu Fei could no longer sense the aura of his doppelganger. Time passed. Very quickly, 3 days had passed. However, neither the golden rock goddess nor Gu Fei's avatar had returned. The wooden array platform that was suspended in the void was very quiet. On top of the mountain, Mystic Demon Mountain Master and the others were bored to death. These days they were bored to death. Gu Fei put aside all other matters. Now, testing these two transboundary transporting formations was Gu Fei's top priority, and Gu Fei's top priority was the top priority of Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others. In fact, although Master of Black Demon Mountain and the others were idle, their subordinates were not idle. Thousands of disciples of Black Demon Mountain had survived the attack of the chaotic creatures. These thousands of disciples spread out and began to take over the original territories of Mystic Demon Mountain. Due to the strong return of Gu Fei, Mystic Demon Mountain took over the territories very quickly. Large areas of the territory began to return to Mystic Demon Mountain's control. The territories that the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan had seized were also empty. Although the people of the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan were very unwilling, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction and obediently retreated. What's going on? At this time, the magic rock goddess walked to Gu Fei's side and asked. Gu Fei naturally knew what the magic rock goddess meant. How would I know? Gu Fei leaned against the boulder and said, "Continue to send people over." The magic rock goddess looked at Gu Fei and said, "Let's take a look first." Gu Fei shook his head and said he did not believe that the other side of the transboundary transporting formation was connected to a terrifying hell. The magic rock goddess heard this and did not say anything else. However, right at that moment, the space above the mountain suddenly collapsed. Vast and mighty primal chaos, Qi, surged as a figure appeared in the sky. Rumble, the unbelievably powerful figure appeared in the sky. It seemed that, because of his strength, the void around him was constantly shaking. What? Everyone on the mountain was stunned by this scene. There was actually someone who came to kill them in such a domineering manner. This in itself was almost impossible. The aura exuded by the chaotic figure was simply too shocking. In just an instant, the vast and mighty chaotic might struck fear into the hearts of almost all the cultivators on the mountain top. Some cultivators even fell to the ground, unable to even straighten their backs. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. Under the sweep of his martial path, heavenly eye, the appearance of the person was immediately imprinted in his mind. You are Gu Fei. The chaotic expert in the sky looked down at Gu Fei and said in an extremely arrogant tone, like a supreme ruler looking down at an ant under his feet. Who do you think you are? Gu Fei looked coldly at the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky and said disdainfully. The other party did not take him seriously. So how could Gu Fei take him seriously? The person who wants your life. The chaotic expert was extremely arrogant. I want his life. The magic rock goddess was amused. She tactfully retreated. She was going to watch the show and would not intervene in the fight between Gu Fei and this guy. Ha! My life is right here. If you can take it, come and take it. Gu Fei laughed. At this moment, the Black Demon Mount Master, the Phoenix Witch, the Blood Devil, the Demonic Rock Emperor, and the other experts were extremely shocked because they sensed a familiar aura from the person in the sky. How dare you look down on me? The primal chaos expert in the sky couldn't help but fly into a rage. A large primal chaos hand directly grabbed down from the sky in an attempt to grab Gu Fei. Rumble! The chaotic hand instantly sealed the void of this part of the world. Naturally, it also enveloped all the creatures on the mountain top. Gu Fei smiled at the sight. He suddenly drew a line in the void with his right hand, and a space door appeared in the void. Seeing that, the chaotic expert stopped. The chaotic hand dissipated as if it had never appeared. This was a display of absolute confidence. This chaotic realm expert was basically at this moment. 3 incomparably powerful figures walked out from the void door. The 3 experts' skin was actually made of stone. They were like 3 walking stone statues, and each of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. The chaotic expert in the sky couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the 3 living beings that walked out of the void door. He could tell at a glance that the 3 living beings were very powerful. Even ordinary chaotic creatures wouldn't be a match for the 3 of them. Kill him. Gu Fei pointed at the chaotic expert in the sky and said, Yes, master. The chaos demon ape and the other 2 stone statue war demons soared into the sky and charged towards the chaotic expert in the sky. The chaos demon ape threw a punch at the chaotic expert. The void was shattered by the chaos demon ape's punch. At the same time, the demon spider also took action. It spat out spider silk towards the experts in the chaotic world. Looking at the dragon head demon spat out a mouthful of life demon fire, which swept towards the chaotic chaos experts. All of you get lost. The chaotic expert snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves, and all the attacks from the chaos demon ape and the other 2 experts were neutralized with a wave of his sleeves. In the next moment, the chaos demon ape and the other 2 experts were sent flying backward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the mountain top, everyone who witnessed this shocking scene was dumbfounded. The 3 stone statue, or demons, were definitely not weaklings. One should know that they could use extreme strength. However, such a powerful existence was actually sent flying away by the chaotic expert in the sky with a wave of his sleeves. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this. That guy's combat strength wasn't weak at all. He was much stronger than all the chaotic creatures that he had encountered earlier. The chaotic expert was probably infinitely close to the legendary realm. Rumble! Another chaotic hand appeared in the void again. This time no one could stop it. The chaotic hand was like a chaotic divine mountain. It descended from the sky and slammed towards Gu Fei. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Gu Fei sneered and also slapped upwards. A powerful chaotic force erupted from his palm. The void in front of his palm collapsed and was annihilated. Boom! With a loud bang, the two chaos hands collided with each other in an instant. Two extremely tyrannical forces erupted, forming a destructive storm that shook the entire mountain. Countless cultivators on the mountain top were terrified. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The two chaotic hands dissipated in the void at the same time. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky and attacked the chaotic expert in the sky. He used the 8 desolation steps, and his speed was extremely fast. The chaotic expert naturally would not show any weakness. He, who was extremely arrogant, also displayed his extreme speed and fought against Gu Fei. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. How is this possible? The chaotic expert was in disbelief. This opponent's battle strength was really heaven-defying. Moreover, this guy also cultivated the chaotic force and possessed an extremely powerful physique. Boom! Bang! Muffled, thunder-like collisions rang out continuously. An entire void trembled along with the muffled sounds. How is this possible? How can a low-level living being have such a powerful physical body? The chaotic expert found it hard to believe. However, it was the truth. Gu Fei's battle strength was heaven-defying. He could even use the extreme strength of the extreme path. Buzz! A loud sound was heard in the void. An ancient cauldron shadow was emitted from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei did not want to be entangled with the chaotic expert for too long. Hence, he used the cauldron of mountain and river. This is Chapter 3263. When the chaotic expert arrived, Gu Fei immediately used the mountain and river cauldron. The void shook and an ancient cauldron flew out from Gu Fei's hand and smashed towards the chaotic expert. Although the ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist, its power was shocking. In an instant, the entire void was sealed and the chaotic expert could not move at all. He was completely sealed by the mighty power of the mountain and river cauldron. He could only watch as the fist-sized ancient cauldron smashed towards him. The chaotic expert was shocked. Just as he was about to be hit by the fist-sized ancient cauldron, a ball of chaotic light rushed out from his body. The ball of chaotic light broke through the sealing power of the mountain and river cauldron and collided with it. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 extremely powerful forces exploded. The ball of chaotic light actually blocked the attack of the mountain and river cauldron. This made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. One should know that it was the mountain and river cauldron. What really shocked Gu Fei was the thing in the chaotic light. One should know that the chaotic light could not possibly block the mountain and river cauldron. The thing that blocked the mountain and river cauldron was the thing in the chaotic light. This guy, up in the sky, the demon rock lady was also shocked. No wonder this chaotic expert dared to come here. It seemed like he had something to rely on. The moment the chaotic light rushed out from the body of the chaotic expert was able to move. The sealing power of the mountain and river cauldron was dispelled. An aura that made one's soul tremble erupted from the body of the chaotic expert. Even the demon rock lady had to use the demonic blood flag to protect herself. She flipped her right hand, and a small flag immediately appeared in her hand. Then it spun rapidly and grew in size. The most powerful demonic power spread out and protected the demonic rock lady. It blocked the aura of the extreme Tao that was spreading out from the chaotic expert. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron had returned to Gu Fei's hand. Meanwhile, the mass of chaotic light that had rushed out from the chaotic expert's body had landed in the chaotic expert's hand. It was also an ancient cauldron the size of a fist. Unlike the mountain and river cauldron, this ancient cauldron was surrounded by rays of chaotic light. This was the chaos cauldron. Even though it was only the size of a fist, the chaos chi within the cauldron was vast and mighty. It was as though it contained a world of primal chaos. You fellows actually possess a Tao artifact of an utmost expert? How is that possible? The chaotic expert stared at Gu Fei and said, he had almost died just now. If he hadn't brought the chaos cauldron with him this time, he would have been dead for sure. The living beings in the primal chaos origin called the extreme Tao Supremes as supreme experts, and the Tao tools refined by the supreme experts of the primal chaos origin were supreme Tao tools. To me, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei said, how arrogant. The chaotic expert stared at Gu Fei coldly as a chilling killing intent spread out from his body. He wanted to kill this lowly living being before him. You want to kill me? Humph. I'm afraid you don't have the capabilities to do so. Gu Fei was not bothered by the chaotic expert's killing intent. Ever since he had started cultivating, there had been countless people who wanted to kill him. Yet he was still alive and well. Is that so? The chaotic expert let out a cold smile. No one has ever survived the death that I, Kuan Ba, want to kill. As long as I, Gu Fei, want to live, no one can kill me. Gu Fei chuckled and said casually, he was speaking the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. He would have been killed countless times over. Kuan Ba. At this moment, the demon rock lady looked at the chaotic figure in the sky thoughtfully. She was once the extreme Tao demon lord. Naturally, she knew some of the great secrets of the world. The origin ground of chaos might really be the source of the worlds. Over the years, countless experts had wanted to know where the source of the worlds was. However, there weren't many who truly understood the origin ground of chaos. The demon rock lady had naturally heard of this place. The insect race was one of the biggest races in the origin ground of chaos. This Kuan Ba might not even be the strongest existence in the insect race. Just as the demon rock lady was deep in thought, Gu Fei and Kuan Ba had already made their moves. The two of them moved extremely quickly in the void. Boom! The two fists clashed against each other like two ancient mountains crashing into each other. The energy waves that erupted from the collision instantly destroyed the surrounding void. Gu Fei and Kuan Ba separated in an instant, but in the next moment they clashed again. The violent energy was wreaking havoc, and the entire void felt like it was going to explode. The battle prowess of these two people was too tyrannical. Every single move they made displayed a powerful might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The two extreme powers surged through the world, and even the demonic rock woman had no choice but to retreat. All the living beings within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers felt as if doomsday had arrived, and they were extremely terrified. This was the result of Gu Fei and Kuan Ba carefully controlling their extreme Tao energies. If they were to unleash their full strength, many living beings would have died. Boom! Bang! The two great experts were like two chaos war gods that had emerged from the depths of the chaos. They kept colliding and killing each other, causing the void to tremble. Pitch-black spatial cracks that looked like black lightning bolts spread outwards. These two fellas! The demon rock lady couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, the chaos demon ape and the other two stone statues had already rushed back from afar. When they saw that the chaos creature could actually fight against their master, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. To think that this fella is this strong. The chaos demon ape and the other two stone statues were sweating profusely. They weren't even on the same level as this fella. If this fella wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. This Gu Fei! At this moment, the clan leader of the Stone Devil clan, Shi Hong, appeared from afar. He was the one who brought Kuan Ba here. Initially, he thought that Kuan Ba could kill Gu Fei with ease. But now, it seemed like Kuan Ba couldn't do it either. We can't attack him openly, but we can secretly give Gu Fei a good beating. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan, Lu Tianzheng, walked over. What do you want to do? Shi Hong asked curiously. Let's go. I know where we can borrow some strength. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan, Lu Tianzheng, turned around and left. Soon he disappeared into the void. Shi Hong thought for a moment and followed. Those two fellas! The demon rock lady looked in the direction where Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng had disappeared. Those two fellas were nothing to be afraid of. After all, they were backed by the Stone Devil and Willow Demon races. As clan leaders, there were way too many things that they had to worry about. Even if they wanted to kill Gu Fei, they wouldn't dare to do so in the open. One must know that if they couldn't kill Gu Fei, the consequences would not be something that they could bear. On the contrary, Gu Fei had nothing to worry about and could do whatever he wanted to do. At this moment, Gu Fei and Kuan Ba bolted up into the sky and killed their way into the starry skies. In the next moment, wherever they passed, stars would explode one after another. Kuan Ba stretched out his hand and grabbed. Instantly, dozens of stars flew into his hands. He turned them into dozens of godly beads and threw them at Gu Fei. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the dozen or so divine pearls that were flying towards Gu Fei instantly disappeared. "Eat my palm!" shouted Gu Fei. He threw a palm at Kuan Ba. Extreme power erupted, and an incomparably huge chaotic hand appeared in the starry skies, aiming to obliterate Kuan Ba. It was the heaven-covering palm. The entire starry skies were enveloped by the chaotic hand. Countless stars exploded under the attack of the hand, emitting dazzling light. Interesting. Kuan Ba's face turned solemn. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he pointed his finger. A beam of chaotic divine light immediately rushed out from his finger and pierced through the chaotic giant hand that was approaching him. The chaotic divine light was like a chaotic spear. It directly pierced through Gu Fei's chaotic hand, producing a clanging sound. The chaotic spear was directly knocked away by Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm and shattered in the void. Even Kuan Ba himself suffered a great impact and was sent flying thousands of meters away. The moment Kuan Ba steadied himself, his face flushed red. Then, a stream of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Kuan Ba was injured. This was something that even he could not believe because he had not been injured for a very long time. This Gu Fei was actually able to injure him. Roar! Kuan Ba let out a furious roar, and a shocking power erupted from his body. The primal chaos cauldron that had already fused with his body immediately rushed out of his body. Buzz! The chaos cauldron was vibrating. Rays of extremely sharp chaotic light rushed out from the chaos cauldron in Kuan Ba's hand. They turned into countless sword shadows and slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, the mountain river cauldron on Gu Fei's body vibrated. A heaven-devouring force immediately surged out from the mountain river cauldron, absorbing the countless sword shadows into the cauldron. What? Kuan Ba was shocked to see this. Could it be that Yi Futian's cauldron is even more powerful and terrifying than my chaos cauldron? I'll return it to you, Gu Fei shouted. Then he pointed the mouth of the mountain river cauldron at Kuan Ba. In the next moment, countless chaotic lights rushed out from the mountain river cauldron. Every ray of chaotic light turned into sword shadows and flew across the void, piercing towards Kuan Ba. Every ray of sword light slashed through the void, leaving black marks that were difficult to repair in the void. Good fella. Chapter 3264. Gu Fei displayed his prowess and used the mountain river cauldron to absorb the light of chaos that had pierced through Kuan Ba. In the next moment, the light of chaos that had been absorbed into the cauldron rushed out from the cauldron and transformed into a supreme sword light that pierced towards Kuan Ba. Seeing this, Kuan Ba was taken aback. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared in the void without a trace. Countless chaotic sword lights pierced through the void, but they didn't hit anything. Kuin Ba seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, as though he had turned into nothingness in an instant. However, after the chaotic sword light pierced through, Kuin Ba's figure appeared in the void again. Gu Fei was surprised to see this. Why does this guy's skill look so much like one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-emptiness secret technique? You are not bad, but you are still not enough for us, the Chaos Race. Hand over the supreme Tao weapon in your hand, and I may consider sparing your life. Kuin Ba looked at Gu Fei and said arrogantly, "What did you say?" Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think he can defeat me? Very well. In that case, I will send you on your way. Kuin Ba's eyes narrowed into a line, and his eyes flickered with radiance. Murderous aura burst out from his body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the murderous aura. It's hard to say who will send who on his way. Gu Fei looked at Kuin Ba quietly. His aura was calm, and there was no murderous aura at all. He was just like an ordinary person. Returned to simplicity, sensing the aura from Gu Fei, Kuin Ba was surprised. This guy's understanding of the great Tao had reached a level that others would not be able to reach. Even among the insect race, not many could reach this level. Even Kuin Ba himself had not reached the level of return to simplicity. Eat my fist. At this moment, Gu Fei let out a roar and threw a punch at Kuin Ba. An incomparably powerful force erupted in an instant, causing the entire void to look like it was going to explode. Gu Fei punched out with his primal chaos fist. There wasn't any primal chaos divine radiance on his fist, but the power and movement it produced was definitely not small. Damn it! Kuin Ba roared and threw a punch at his opponent's fist. He did not use the power of the chaotic cauldron. He wanted to suppress this lowly living being, called Gu Fei, with his own strength. Boom! 2 powerful fists smashed into each other in an instant, causing an earth-shattering explosion that caused the entire sky to tremble. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 2 figures moved quickly in the void. Gu Fei directly displayed the Chaos Fist, which was a martial arts combat skill that he created himself. The power of the Chaos Fist was undeniable. As soon as Gu Fei's fist aura was released, it almost shattered the entire void and turned it back into chaos. There was no strong energy wave, no blinding divine radiance. What Gu Fei displayed was a kind of aura, an invincible fist aura. Bang! Boom! At the start, Kuin Ba was still able to fight against Gu Fei. But very quickly, he was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away by Gu Fei. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Roar! Kuin Ba roared madly. As a member of the Chaos Race and an insect race, it was an absolute humiliation for him to be sent flying by a lowly living being. He waved his hands madly, and rays of primal chaos divine light rushed out from his hands, turning into primal chaos divine spears and piercing towards Gu Fei. Bees! Gu Fei's fists trembled, and a powerful fist aura burst out. The primal chaos divine spears that pierced through Kuin Ba were instantly shattered in the void, turning into specks of primal chaos divine light and dissipated in the void. Kuin Ba was indescribably shocked. This existence that he viewed as a lowly being was actually powerful to such a degree. He actually possessed an invincible, heroic bearing. This truly far exceeded his expectations. Where did this guy come from? There's no one like him in the chaos demon world. The more Kuin Ba fought, the more shocked he became. Boom! The starry sky trembled, and Kuin Ba was sent flying again. He crashed into a huge star, and at the same time, he felt a sense of helplessness. His chest had caved in, and his shirt had already turned to dust the moment he was hit by Gu Fei's fist, leaving a deep imprint on his chest. What chaos race? Just SOSO. Gu Fei strode across the starry sky and walked unhurriedly towards Kun Ba. Kun Ba was infuriated. No one dared to look down on him and his race like this. This guy must die. A powerful chaotic energy burst out from his body, and the fist imprint on his chest disappeared at a visible speed. Ancient chaotic Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on Kun Ba's body. Visible chaotic divine light wandered on his body like bolts of chaotic lightning. At this moment, Kun Ba felt that his chaotic combat body had been adjusted to the strongest level. The power of his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were all drawn out. Roar! Kun Ba faced the sky and let out a long roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind as explosive sounds came from his body. From inside to outside, every bone in his body, every muscle, even every strand of hair was glowing. Do you feel full of power? Gu Fei looked at Kun Ba and didn't stop him. He wanted to see how powerful Kun Ba's chaotic combat body was. The roar stopped, but it echoed in the mountains for a long time. Kun Ba looked at Gu Fei with an extremely cold gaze. You shouldn't have given me the chance to activate the power of the chaotic combat body. TCH, do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei said in disdain. However, he had to admit that Kun Ba's chaotic combat body was extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, the space around Kun Ba trembled and cracked. The world could no longer contain his extremely powerful chaotic combat body. Die! Kun Ba roared in rage and directly acted against Gu Fei. He directly punched out. The tyrannical strength of the punch shattered the void. The space before his fist collapsed and was destroyed, forming an extremely terrifying power of destruction that went towards Gu Fei. This is getting a little interesting, Gu Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he extended his right hand and grabbed Kun Ba's fist, easily blocking it. What? Kun Ba was shocked. He felt that his opponent's palm was like a ball of cotton. There was no place where he could exert any force. Boom! Gu Fei's right hand shook, and an extremely powerful force immediately exploded from his hand. The two figures instantly separated. Eat my fist too! Gu Fei bellowed and threw a punch at Kun Ba. His punch was light and gentle, but when it was thrown out, the entire void of the heaven and earth trembled. Bang! The two experts clashed again. This time, Gu Fei could not gain any advantage. The power of Kun Ba's chaotic combat body had been raised to the limit. However, Gu Fei still did not use the true power of his martial body. How is this possible? Kun Ba was shocked. He had already used his full strength, but his opponent still seemed to be at ease. This was unbelievable. Could it be that this guy was once a supreme expert? You are no match for me, Gu Fei said as he attacked. Is that so? Kun Ba said coldly. A clanging sound came from his body. A chaotic divine chain rushed out from his body and wrapped around Gu Fei. Gu Fei executed the sky punishing swordplay, and a dazzling sword light rushed out from his body and slashed at the chaotic divine chain. As soon as the heaven-punishing sword technique was used, the entire world was shrouded by murderous force. This murderous force made Kun Ba's heart palpitate. Very soon, the heaven-punishing sword technique that Gu Fei struck out actually broke the chaotic divine chain that rushed out from Kun Ba's body. However, at the same time, Kun Ba seemed to have turned into a sun. He fell from the sky and slashed at Gu Fei. The entire world was crushed by this force. All right, I'm done playing with you. As Gu Fei said, he disappeared in the void instantly. When he reappeared, he was already above Kun Ba's head. Without hesitation, Gu Fei stomped on Kun Ba's head. The violent destructive force immediately shrouded Kun Ba. Bang! Kun Ba was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei. Boom! Another huge star was smashed by Kun Ba. This is outrageous. At this moment, Kun Ba felt extremely aggrieved. As a member of the chaotic race, He was actually stomped down from the sky. This almost drove him crazy. However, at this moment, Gu Fei also pounced down from the sky and chased after Kun Ba. His powerful force shook the entire starry sky. Stars exploded continuously in the starry sky. At the end of the battle, Kun Ba finally used the Chaos Cauldron. With the Chaos Cauldron in his hand, Kun Ba's aura could conquer the mountains and rivers. How majestic was that? The Chaos Cauldron in his hand was emitting dazzling, chaotic divine light of the Great Path. The nearby stars flew towards the Chaos Cauldron in Kun Ba's hand and were refined by the Chaos Cauldron. Even Gu Fei was shaken by this force. He moved towards the Chaos Cauldron uncontrollably. However, Kun Ba had the Chaos Cauldron, while Gu Fei had the Mountain River Cauldron. With a flip of Gu Fei's right hand, a huge cauldron immediately appeared in his hand, and he grasped it tightly. Buzz. Chapter 32:65. Gu Fei was serious. He activated the primordial chaos energy within the mountain and river cauldron. With a single strike, Kun Ba was blasted into a bloody mist. Within the bloody mist, a ball of chaotic light was floating. Within the chaotic light, a cauldron could be vaguely seen. Even someone as powerful as the Magic Rock Lady was taken aback at the sight of this. She did not expect Gu Fei to be so powerful that he could easily kill this chaotic creature. How is this possible? Far away in the void, the two clan leaders of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Fei turn Kun Ba into a bloody mist. It seems like we've still underestimated this guy. The clan leader of the Willow Demon Clan, Lu Tianzheng, said with a trembling voice. If Gu Fei found out that they were the ones who attracted Kun Ba, the consequences would be unimaginable. Far away in the void, many extremely powerful figures could be vaguely seen. The commotion caused by the battle between Gu Fei and Kun Ba, a chaotic realm expert, was too great. Both of them had used their extreme powers, so it was impossible for them not to alert others. At this moment, Gu Fei did not continue to attack. He merely stared at the bloody mist in front of him. The mist surged and converged. A blood-colored figure appeared in the void. Gu Fei knew that even though his attack could blast the other party apart, it was impossible for him to kill this fellow just like that. One should know that Kun Ba was a quasi-supreme expert in the primordial origin ground. Such an existence could be considered a formidable existence. In Gu Fei's opinion, a quasi-supreme expert in the primordial origin ground, which was also what the cultivators of the human realm and heavenly realm referred to as quasi-supreme experts, would need to use special methods to kill such an existence. At this moment, the blood-colored figure gradually solidified. Soon, Kun Ba's figure reappeared in front of Gu Fei. "You're too arrogant." Kun Ba's face darkened as he stared at Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei did not attack him while he was being blasted into a bloody mist, he did not appreciate it. "You're wrong. I'm not arrogant. I'm just confident." Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "You'll regret this." With a flip of Kun Ba's right hand, an ancient cauldron appeared. It pulsed with extremely powerful chaotic force as primordial runes surged and wove around the cauldron. Just now, Gu Fei had the chance to severely injure Kun Ba, or even kill him. However, what surprised Kun Ba was that Gu Fei did not continue to attack. This made Kun Ba very unhappy. This was Gu Fei looking down on him. "I never regret the things I do," Gu Fei said with a solemn expression. "Really?" A sneer appeared on Kun Ba's indifferent face. In the next moment, his figure disappeared in the void, as if he had merged with the surroundings. "This move again," Gu Fei sneered. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Boom! With a loud sound, a part of the void in the starry sky suddenly collapsed. Two figures appeared in the collapsed space before disappearing again. Bang! In the next moment, the two fists collided, and another part of the void collapsed. Two silhouettes appeared, but they disappeared in an instant. The two powerful movement techniques were simply too fast. They were so fast that even existences at the level of devil ancestor could not see their extremely fast-moving figures. These two fellows! The demonic rock lady used the demonic blood banner to protect herself, allowing her to observe the battle from a close distance. When she saw the intense battle between Gu Fei and Kuan Ba, the power they displayed shocked her. Roar! Kuan Ba roared furiously. Although he was risking his life, he could not change anything. He was still at a disadvantage in the battle against Gu Fei and was constantly being pushed back. Your Tao artifact is weaker than mine, and your physical body is weaker than mine. How are you going to fight me? Gu Fei said arrogantly as he attacked. You! Hearing this, Kuan Ba was both shocked and furious. However, he could not refute Gu Fei's words because what Gu Fei said was the truth. The chaotic cauldron in his hand was weaker than the ancient cauldron in Kuan Ba's hand. This was an indisputable fact. His chaotic battle body was also weaker than his opponent's chaotic spiritual body. It was just as Gu Fei had said. His Tao artifact was weaker and his cultivation was weaker. How was he going to fight against Kuan Ba? Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to suppress the chaotic cauldron. Then he unleashed his strongest strength to fight against Kuan Ba. In this way, Kuan Ba was even less of an opponent for Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei threw a punch and sent Kuan Ba flying. He then used the 8 desolation steps to catch up and stomped on Kuan Ba's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Kuan Ba's body. In the next moment, he fell from the starry sky like a meteor. What? Kuan Ba spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not believe it. Is there really such a huge difference between us? This made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to recall the chaotic cauldron to protect himself. However, Gu Fei's cauldron of mountain and river blocked the chaotic cauldron. Chaotic primordial qi rushed out from the cauldron. It was impossible for the chaotic cauldron to break through the cauldron of mountain and river and fly back to Kuan Ba. Therefore, Kuan Ba was in a tragic situation. Boom! Bang! Gu Fei used his 8 desolation steps and caught up to Kuan Ba in an instant. His fists kept landing on Kuan Ba's body. This time he controlled his strength well and did not turn Kuan Ba into a mist of blood. In this way, Kuan Ba was going to suffer. Sounds of bones breaking could be heard from his body. At that moment, he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken or shattered. You're going too far. Kuan Ba was enraged and fought back with all his might. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was completely overconfident and was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. Haha, what a joke. You're the one who came looking for trouble. How dare you say that I'm going too far? Gu Fei laughed. Kuan Ba almost fainted after hearing this. Everyone was shocked to see Kuan Ba being tortured by Gu Fei. This scene was too unbelievable. One must know that living beings from the primordial origin ground were synonymous with strength, especially the insect race, which was a strong race in the primordial origin ground. Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng, who knew about Kuan Ba's background, thought about many things. Gu Fei was actually this strong. They needed to reevaluate Gu Fei. The consequences of underestimating one's opponent were very serious. This Gu Fei, what is his background? Shi Hong said. To them, Gu Fei might not be a living being from the primordial demon realm. He should be from another great world. However, no one knew which great world he was from. As the patriarch of the Stone Devil clan, Shi Hong knew many secrets of heaven and earth. The primordial demon realm wasn't the only perfect great world. There were other perfect great worlds in the endless primordial chaos. Outside of the great world was the primordial chaos. The great worlds were like bubbles in the primordial chaos. Only the extreme Tao Supremes could travel between the two great worlds. Existences below the extreme Tao Supremes had to rely on other things to travel between the two great worlds. Let's not cause any more trouble. This guy is heading to the ancestral God world anyway. Lu Tianzheng looked at the two figures fighting fiercely in front of him. His eyes slowly narrowed and rays of light shot out from the slits of his eyes. Not bad. Shi Hong nodded. As long as Gu Fei didn't come looking for trouble with him, he wouldn't act against Gu Fei. Of course, if Shi Hong found an opportunity to attack, he would definitely not hesitate to deal a fatal blow to Gu Fei. Unfortunately, he would probably never find such an opportunity in his lifetime. This wasn't to say that Gu Fei didn't have any flaws. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei had flaws. It was just that Gu Fei's flaws weren't easy to catch. Most importantly, Gu Fei had an extreme Tao weapon to protect himself. Shi Hong and Lu Tianjing wouldn't take the risk of offending Gu Fei unless they were absolutely confident that they could kill him in one blow. Boom! Gu Fei's final blow blew Kuan Ba up in the void. This time, without the protection of the chaotic cauldron, Kuan Ba was in danger. Just as Kuan Ba's chaotic battle body was blown up, a ball of Yuan spirit light soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let Kuan Ba escape, just like that. He immediately cast the Yuan spirit sword art of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. A purple gold sword ray rushed out from his forehead. Shwa! The purple gold sword ray flashed across the void, and the ball of Yuan spirit light immediately exploded and dissipated in the void. The insect expert Kuan Ba had fallen just like that. This time he wouldn't be able to survive because no living being could survive after their Yuan spirit was slashed by the Yuan spirit sword art. Kuan Ba definitely wouldn't be an exception. At the moment when Kuan Ba was killed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit, Sword of Wei, the chaotic cauldron that was confronting the cauldron of mountains and rivers unleashed an extremely powerful force. It instantly broke through the cauldron of mountains and rivers, shattering the void and rushing into the chaos. Initially, Gu Fei wanted to keep this supreme Tao treasure that was forged by a supreme expert. But it seemed like it was impossible now. The chaotic cauldron seemed to have another owner, and that owner's cultivation level wasn't low either. Of course, Gu Fei didn't care who the real owner of the chaotic cauldron was. As long as that guy dared to come looking for trouble, Gu Fei would torture him. If you want to die, I welcome you with open arms. Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and scanned the surroundings. His voice reverberated across the void, and naturally, it was heard by every living being. At this time, the experts who were watching the battle from afar were indescribably shocked. The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei was too shocking. He was simply a supreme being. This guy. Chapter 3266. Gu Fei was incomparably strong. He actually killed Kuan Ba, an expert of the chaos races. Kuan Ba was not a nobody, but an expert from the insect race. The insect race was one of the most powerful races among the countless chaos races in the origin ground of chaos. Even after countless years, the insect race still held a pivotal position in the origin ground of chaos. Kuan Ba's death definitely shook the entire insect race. As a strong race in the origin ground of chaos, the insect race was likely to react. However, at this time, Gu Fei had already returned to the top of the mountain. The magic rock goddess followed closely behind him and also returned to the top of the mountain. The 2 teleportation formation platforms on the top of the mountain didn't move at all, especially the wooden one, which didn't show any signs of movement. Whether it was the golden rock goddess or Gu Fei's avatar, there was no sign of them returning. At this time, all the experts in the surrounding area didn't dare to approach the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. One should know that Gu Fei was a fierce person who dared to kill even the chaos races. In the following days, the mountain where Gu Fei was located and the surroundings were restored to peace. Black Demon Mountain Master began to gather his strength and absorb more demons into Black Demon Mountain in order to improve the strength of Black Demon Mountain. This was definitely a great thing for the individual cultivators in the Chaos Demon world. Joining Black Demon Mountain meant that they would have a great backer comparable to the primitive demons. In the cruel cultivation world of the Chaos Demon world, the fate of the individual cultivators was the most tragic. No one would take them seriously, and the fate of individual cultivators was generally very miserable. Therefore, when the Lord of Mystic Demon Mountain recruited people, countless rogue cultivators immediately responded and joined the Mystic Demon Mountain's camp, becoming a part of the mountain. The purpose of these individual cultivators who joined Black Demon Mountain was actually very simple. They wanted to find a backer who could protect them from being harmed by other cultivators. More than 10 days passed, and the originally deserted Black Demon City gradually became lively again. Black Demon Mountain Lord personally oversaw the Black Demon City. Although he was anxious to recruit a large number of demons to join his forces, he couldn't act recklessly. At this time, the Black Demon City was definitely filled with spies from the major forces of the Chaos Demon world. This was also the easiest time for the spies to sneak into the Black Demon Mountain. It was also impossible for Mystic Demon Mountain Lord to uncover all the spies of the major forces. In these 10 days, Mount Master of Mystic Demon Mountain had accepted many rogue cultivators with decent cultivation, but this was still not enough. The territory that Mount Master of Mystic Demon Mountain wanted to take over was too large. It used to be the territory of the god, destroying Demon Palace. It was not an easy task for mysterious Demon Mountain Master to take over such a huge territory. He was severely understaffed. Even if there were some important places, he couldn't send people to take over. Of course, with Gu Fei's current limelight, no one dared to have any designs on his territory. Even the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan had to spit out the fat meat they had swallowed. Even the primitive demons didn't dare to offend Gu Fei, let alone the other forces in the Chaos Demon world. Many forces expressed goodwill to Gu Fei and wanted to form an alliance with Gu Fei, but Gu Fei threw all these matters to mysterious Demon Mountain Lord. Even the people of the Falling Moon Demon Palace came. The Moon Demon personally came to visit Gu Fei, but Gu Fei didn't want to meet him. If the old ancestor of the Falling Moon Demon Palace came, Gu Fei might be able to meet him. Another 10 days passed. The Meng brothers and Mo Mingtian still hadn't returned because they still couldn't kill the 6th demon, Lord of the God, destroying Demon Palace. The 6th demon lord was very cunning. It was definitely not an easy task to kill this guy. Moreover, even Mo Mingtian and the others were in danger of being killed by the 6th demon lord. Time elapsed. It had been 3 months since Gu Fei killed the primal chaos expert Kuan Ba, but the insect race still didn't make any moves. Some speculated that even the insect race was afraid of Gu Fei. But Gu Fei was very clear that the insect race wouldn't be afraid of him. There must be a reason for this, but no one knew what the reason was. After enjoying 3 months of peace, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder at the top of the mountain, as if he had turned into a statue, not moving at all. No one dared to disturb him. The Demon Rock lady didn't stay idle during these 3 months. She left for 2 months, and then a malefic star appeared in the Chaos Demon world. This malefic star was incredible. He specifically challenged some incomparably powerful forces, and with his overwhelming strength he swept away these forces. The entire Chaos Demon world was in turmoil. In fact, at this time, the Chaos Demon world was already full of dark forces, like a barrel of gunpowder that was about to be ignited. Some incomparably ancient figures reappeared in the Chaos Demon world. These existences were thought to have fallen for countless years, but now they appeared again. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei, as long as they didn't provoke him. Boom! One morning, a muffled sound came from the wooden teleportation formation platform. Then, the entire teleportation formation platform trembled, and one after another, demonic patterns emerged from the inside of the teleportation formation platform. Gu Fei, who was sitting on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 lightning bolts flashed across the sky, and he stood up from the boulder. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the wooden teleportation formation platform in the blink of an eye. At this time, everyone on the mountaintop was alarmed. The wooden teleportation formation platform that had been quiet for 3 months finally moved. The formation platform was operating, and it was resonating with another formation platform in the other world. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a demonic light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the teleportation formation platform. In the next moment, an extremely strong aura of death exploded from the figure on top of the array platform. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. One should know that whether it was Gu Fei's incarnation or the Golden Rock Lady, they couldn't have the aura of death on them. Shit! Gu Fei was shocked and was about to make a move. However, at this time, the figure on the teleportation formation platform had already rushed out and pounced on the crowd. The aura of death filled the air. Damn it! The blood devil happened to be there. He roared in anger and directly punched the figure that crossed the boundary. His fist blossomed with a dazzling bloody light, as if a bloody sun had appeared in the world. Boom! The dead spirit also punched, and the 2 fists collided in an instant, causing a loud explosion. The 2 figures quickly separated, and the void between them constantly shattered and annihilated. Seeing the scene, everyone could not help but be shocked. The blood devil was not weak, but this dead spirit could fight against him. At this time, another demonic light descended from the sky and landed on the teleportation formation platform. When the demonic light dissipated, another silhouette that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of death appeared on the platform. It was a silhouette that was shrouded in black mist, but it was not a humanoid creature. Instead, it was a large black spider. Swoosh! A spider silk rushed out from the teleportation formation platform and directly pierced a cultivator nearby. Then, it pulled the cultivator to the teleportation formation platform. In the eyes of the spider, humans were its food. The cultivators on the mountaintop were shocked to see this. They quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the teleportation formation platform. At this time, the cultivator that was pierced by the spider silk was already pulled to the teleportation formation platform by the black spider. His body rapidly shriveled and soon became a mummy. Preposterous! Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be furious. He pointed with his right hand, and a chaotic divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger. Uft! With a flash of blood, the beam of primal chaos divine light shot out from Gu Fei's hand, directly pierced through the black spider's head. The powerful impact sent the black spider flying off the platform and out of the platform. Gu Fei had killed an incomparably powerful demon spider with just a raise of his hand. Everyone on the hilltop who witnessed this scene was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Blood Devil was fighting with the humanoid undead spirit. Roar! Blood Devil roared. As he waved his hands, rays of demonic light turned into demonic swords and pierced towards the dead spirit. The extremely sharp sword light cut through the void. At this time, the dead spirit opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. When the black gas appeared in the void was silently annihilated under the black gas. What? Seeing this scene, Blood Devil could not help but change his expression. The black gas the dead spirit spat out was not a trivial matter. He quickly retreated and did not dare to let the black gas get close to him. Seeing that Blood Devil was forced to retreat by the dead spirit, Gu Fei did not make a move. If Blood Devil could not even deal with the dead spirit, then he deserved to die in the hands of the dead spirit. Boundless blood sea! Blood Devil roared. As he shook his hands, endless blood light bloomed. The entire world seemed to have turned into a real sea of blood. The monstrous blood wave swept towards the annihilation of the black gas and dispersed it in an instant. This was beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, the blood-red wave directly swept the dead spirit away, and then it shattered in the void. Just as Blood Devil killed the dead spirit, more demonic lights descended from the sky. Powerful figures appeared on the teleportation formation platform. Gu Fei's expression turned extremely solemn when he saw this. What's going on over there? Why are there so many undead spirits crossing over to this world? What's happening? Someone exclaimed. Everyone stared at the formation platform in disbelief. One after another, demonic lights fell from the sky and accurately landed on the formation platform. Chapter 3267. No one thought that after waiting for so long, this would be the result. The interrealm teleportation matrix of the Willow Demon clan suddenly started operating, but the person who came back was not Gu Fei's clone, nor was it the Golden Rock Goddess. What came back from the other side of the transboundary teleportation array was actually a group of dead spirits shrouded in the aura of death. As a beam of demonic light broke through the void and descended from the sky, a series of terrifying figures appeared on the platform. What's going on the other side? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this. At this time, the dead spirits that appeared on the matrix let out roars and rushed out from the matrix, pouncing on the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Some people directly took out their demonic weapons and attacked the dead spirits that were pouncing on them. Powerful demonic power exploded. At this time, the shadow of a demonic rock soared into the sky and grabbed a dead spirit with its sharp claws. In the next moment, the dead spirit was torn in half. Even though he wasn't a great demon exalted, he was still a demon exalted. His cultivation wasn't weak either, so he was able to deal with an undead spirit with a single move. The other experts of the Mystic Demon Mountain were also making their moves. The Lord of the Mystic Demon Mountain directly disappeared into the void, and in the next moment he directly killed his way onto the battle platform. The void was distorted, and immediately 5 or 6 dead spirits were pulled into the distorted void, instantly disintegrating into a bloody mist. However, very soon, the Mystic Demon Mountain Master was blasted away from the Matrix by an extremely powerful dead spirit. An extremely terrifying figure of death appeared on the Matrix. Seeing that the Mystic Demon Mountain Master was blasted away, everyone was shocked. Even the great demon Venerable of the Mystic Demon Mountain Master was not a match for that dead spirit. It was a king of dead spirits. The king of dead spirits roared the sky, and the entire void trembled with its roar. The king of dead spirits took a step forward and instantly turned into a beam of death light, rushing towards the Mystic Demon Mountain Master. Humph! Mysterious demon, Mountain Lord sneered. The power of the great path of the void immediately erupted from his body. The space around him immediately distorted. The Death Spirit King instantly stopped and appeared in the void in front of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. An extremely powerful death energy erupted from its body. What is this? Black Demon Mountain Lord stared at the Death Spirit King in front of him. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His eyes flickered, and the powerful aura of a great demon sovereign surged out from his body. Shwa! At this moment, the Death Spirit King moved with extreme speed. A skinny arm directly grabbed the top of Black Demon Mountain Lord's head. That arm directly penetrated the distorted void around Black Demon Mountain Lord. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was taken aback once again. This guy's strength had exceeded his expectations. He could actually ignore his void energy. He directly punched forward. His fist instantly collided with the claw of the Death Spirit King. There was a muffled sound, and the two figures quickly moved. The Death Spirit King's physical body was so strong that even Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was shocked. The Death Spirit King was simply a human-shaped weapon. The sharp claw scratched on Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's fist, and he felt a burning pain. At this moment, more and more death spirits appeared on the formation platform. There was a continuous flow of death spirits. Seeing this, Gu Fei directly took out the mountain and river cauldron. A heaven-devouring power immediately rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and instantly enveloped the death spirits that rushed out from the formation platform. Those death spirits immediately flew towards the mountain and river cauldron involuntarily and were swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. The death spirits that were swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron naturally had only one ending, and that was to be directly refined by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. However, although Gu Fei had dealt with a group of death spirits, another group of death spirits had crossed over. Io, is there no end to this? Gu Fei was displeased. He directly rushed over and climbed onto the formation platform. The mountain and river cauldron in his hand shook, and a circle of transparent ripples immediately spread from the mountain and river cauldron. The death spirits that were pouncing towards Gu Fei were immediately shattered into dust and dissipated in the void. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. In the next moment, a supreme figure of death appeared in the demonic light. As it was about to cross over, a supreme aura of death erupted from its body. Even though it had yet to truly enter this part of the world, it was enough to make all the cultivators on the mountain tremble in fear. It was a horrifying death spirit. It was not something that the Death Spirit King could compare to. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and rushed into the sky. He actually activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron and directly attacked the horrifying Death Spirit King that was about to cross over. Roar! The Death Spirit King roared. It was about to enter a world full of life, but someone stopped it. This made the Death Spirit King furious. Rumble! A horrifying death spirit claw reached out from the void and directly grabbed the mountain and river cauldron. With a clanging sound, the mountain and river cauldron actually shook. Virum! The mountain and river cauldron immediately let out a vibrating sound. A wave of chaotic primordial chi erupted from the ancient cauldron and shook the death spirit claw back. Reverse the formation. I'm going to kill my way over. Gu Fei was furious. He directly transmitted his voice to the demonic rock lady who had been watching from the side. What? The demonic rock lady could not help but be shocked. Gu Fei was going to kill his way over. How could this be? Her ancestral land was still in this guy's inner world. The demonic rock lady thought about it and still rushed over. She activated the technique and began to activate the transboundary formation platform. Very soon, the formation of the platform was reversed. The direction of the platform's teleportation was also reversed. The teleportation power from the other side of the platform became the teleportation power from the chaotic, demonic realm. The moment the formation reversed, Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and directly attacked the unimaginably powerful figure. All the cultivators outside the platform were shocked when they saw this. Very soon, Gu Fei and the figure that wanted to cross over disappeared into the void together. Very soon, the platform calmed down. Everyone was stunned by the scene just now. Their master actually crossed over just like that. What should they do? At this time, the battle between the mysterious demon mountain lord and the Death Spirit King had reached a white-hot stage. The Death Spirit King's combat power was comparable to that of a great demon, Venerable. The Death Spirit King was extremely ferocious. From time to time, it would spit out black flames to burn mysterious demon mountain lord. The black flames of death were very terrifying. The void that was enveloped by the black flames was silently annihilated. Everything ceased to exist. Mysterious demon mountain lord used the power of the great path of the void. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on his body. The void constantly twisted. The black flames that were spat at mysterious demon mountain lord were directly drawn into the void and disappeared just like that. What? The Death Spirit King was shocked. At the same time, It involuntarily flew towards Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord. "You can go on your way." Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord said coldly. Then he used a secret technique. The void around him suddenly collapsed, pulling the Death Spirit King into the primal chaos. At the same time, the power of the void annihilation directly tore the Death Spirit King into pieces. An incomparably dazzling soul fire was also annihilated in the chaos. An incomparably powerful Death Spirit King had fallen just like that. At this time, Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord was not happy at all. This was because Gu Fei had actually killed his way to another world and opened another Chaos Demon realm. The consequences of Gu Fei's departure were very serious for Mysterious Demon Mountain. Without Gu Fei, it was impossible for Mysterious Demon Mountain to establish a foothold in the central region. Of course, Magic Rock Lady did not leave, but no one knew if she would help Mysterious Demon Mountain. If even Magic Rock Lady left, Mysterious Demon Mountain would really be out of luck. In a cruel world like the Chaos Demon Realm, it was very difficult for the weak to survive. Without existences like Gu Fei and Magic Rock Lady, Mysterious Demon Mountain could be destroyed at any time. However, the 3 war statues that Gu Fei had subdued did not follow Gu Fei to the other world. In other words, Gu Fei was likely to return. Master actually killed his way to another world. The 3 war statues found it hard to accept this reality. At this moment, a part of the void on top of the mountain suddenly trembled. Then the void split open, and 3 figures walked out from the crack in the void. Among the 3, the leader was San Quebec. Behind him were the father and son, Peng Shi and Peng Jingtian. Soon, San Ke knew that Gu Fei had killed his way to another world. Even he could not help but be moved. Gu Fei was too ferocious. He actually killed his way to another world single-handedly. He knew that Gu Fei would still return. At this time, Gu Fei and the incomparably powerful dead spirit came out of the void and directly appeared in a boundless Black Sea. This was the Black Demon Sea. In the Black Sea below, there was an incomparably huge island. It was an island that was full of death aura. It lacked vitality, but it was filled with dead spirits. The wooden platform that was originally floating on the boundless sea was picked up by the dead spirits on the island and brought back to an ancient city on the island. Then, for some unknown reason, someone in the ancient city actually knew how to activate this transportation platform. Therefore, the previous scene happened. The sudden appearance of countless dead spirits caused the cultivators on the mountain to panic. Roar! When Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the island, a terrifying roar was immediately heard from the island. A powerful death energy spread out from the depths of the island. The entire island was shaking. Countless dead spirits on the island were in a state of panic, constantly roaring and howling. At this time, Gu Fei was targeted by a terrifying dead spirit. "I didn't expect you to dare to kill your way here. Aren't you afraid of death?" A voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. The dead spirit stared at Gu Fei. Its eyes flickered, and a ball of soul fire emitted extremely powerful soul energy waves. Chapter 3268. Gu Fei charged towards the other world without any hesitation. Even the terrifying dead spirit was extremely shocked. The scene in the other world also shocked Gu Fei greatly. Under the dark sky, there was a boundless Black Sea. In the middle of the Black Sea, there was an incomparably huge island. It was an island that was filled with murderous aura. On the island, there were many powerful dead spirits, especially the dead spirit that wanted to charge into the Chaos Demon world with the help of the Transboundary Formation platform. It was extremely powerful. A dead spirit of this level was definitely comparable to unparalleled experts like San Ke and the Demonic Rock Lady. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no gate to hell, but you insist on barging in. Since you're here, don't leave. In the sky above the island of the dead spirits, the Lord of the Dead Spirits stared at Gu Fei and sneered. 9 faintly discernible dead spirit tattoos appeared on his body. Tisk, there's no place in the world that I can't go, and there's no place that can trap me. You'd better save your breath. It's unnecessary to say such harsh words in front of me. Gu Fei said disdainfully, What an arrogant fellow! I'd like to see if you have the right to be arrogant. The eyes of the Lord of the Dead Spirits shone with a terrifying light of death. Destructive energy spread from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble and crack. Then let's fight. What's the point of talking so much? Gu Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly. He was still as calm as ever, as if he would not be affected by the words of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Roar! At this moment, earth-shattering roars rang out from the island of the dead spirits below. The experts among the dead spirits were roaring, and their voices shook the heavens and earth. Powerful figures of dead spirits charged out from the island below. They were densely packed, and every one of them was extremely powerful. Back off. The Lord of the Dead Spirits waved his hand, and the countless dead spirits that had charged into the sky immediately stopped. They then charged back down from the sky and returned to the island. How majestic! Gu Fei mocked. Swoosh! The Lord of the Dead Spirits did not say anything else. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, Gu Fei threw a punch at the void in front of him. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two fists instantly collided. The Lord of the Undead Spirits figure appeared in the void with a towering, deathly aura. A black aura spread from his body, enveloping Gu Fei. Wherever the black aura passed, the surrounding space would be annihilated. This was a terrifying death aura that could even corrode the surrounding space. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He hurriedly retreated, but the black gas still shrouded him like a shadow. Transform. Gu Fei used the secret art of nothingness, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. The power of the secret art of nothingness spread out, instantly dispersing the black mist that enveloped him. The terrifying power of death that could corrode the surrounding space was dispelled by Gu Fei's secret art of nothingness, just like that. How is this possible? The Lord of the Dead Spirits exclaimed in shock. He had never met a fellow that could dispel his power so thoroughly. This fellow is not simple. The power of Gu Fei's secret art of nothingness spread out, dispelling all the surrounding death aura. This made the Lord of the Dead Spirits even more shocked. Roar! The Lord of the Dead Spirits bellowed. An even more powerful power of death erupted from his body, and 9 blurry dead spirit runes were unleashed. The 9 dead spirit runes instantly sealed the surrounding space, blocking the power of the secret art of nothingness. However, even after blocking the power of the secret art of nothingness, the 9 dead spirit runes on the Lord of the Dead Spirits' body dimmed, as if they could dissipate at any time. The power of the secret art of nothingness was enough to dispel anything in the world. However, Gu Fei was not an extreme grade sovereign, so he could not use the power of the secret art of nothingness to its fullest. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have been able to dispel the 9 dead spirit runes with a single attack. What kind of secret technique is this? It was impossible for the Lord of the Dead Spirits not to be shocked. After all, Gu Fei's technique was far too shocking. This secret technique seemed to be able to dispel anything in the world. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar, and the power of the secret art of nothingness erupted. The 9 dead spirit runes, which were initially extremely dim, were finally dispelled, and the power that could dispel anything in the world instantly enveloped the Lord of the Dead Spirits. In an instant, the Lord of the Dead Spirits shrieked in pain. He felt as if half of his vitality had been dispelled. Swoosh! The Lord of the Dead Spirits broke through the power of the secret art of nothingness and escaped. Damn it! The Lord of the Dead Spirits was both shocked and enraged. He was the ruler of a region, yet he was reduced to such a sorry state by this guy. It was too embarrassing for him in front of his subordinates. "I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you." The Lord of the Dead Spirits was enraged. He was truly enraged. With a flip of his right hand, a bone sword immediately appeared in his hand. A terrifying aura immediately spread from the bone sword. Extreme Dao Bone Weapon. Gu Fei saw the bone sword in the Lord of the Dead Spirit's hand and sensed the aura spreading from the bone sword. He immediately knew that the bone sword was an extreme Dao Bone weapon that could contend against an extreme Dao weapon. The power of this extreme Dao Bone weapon was naturally not weaker than an extreme Dao weapon. This was because this bone weapon was refined from the bone body of an extreme grade sovereign. Even if the bone body of an extreme grade sovereign was not refined, it was still an extreme Dao bone body. Once it was refined, its power would naturally become even stronger. Swoosh! A deathly sword light soared into the sky and shot towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. An ancient cauldron blocked the sword from the Lord of the Dead Spirits. The bone sword was repelled when it struck the ancient cauldron. Buzz! The ancient cauldron vibrated and the power of primordial chaos erupted, sealing the heavens and earth and the void. The entire void seemed to have turned into a metal plate, sealing all living beings. However, the power of the cauldron of mountain and river was unable to seal the bone sword. The power of death that erupted from the bone sword continued to grow stronger. It was a power that could contend against the cauldron of mountain and river. The two extreme Dao weapons flew up. The cauldron of mountain and river and the bone sword clashed continuously in the sky. The sounds that erupted were extremely shocking. Huge black holes appeared in the sky from time to time. They were caused by the shattering of the void. Chaotic aura lingered in the black holes. Gu Fei and the Lord of the Dead Spirits moved rapidly in the void. Wherever the two experts passed, the heavens and earth and the void were destroyed. This was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. At this time, all the dead spirits on the island of the dead spirits were terrified to the extreme. The two auras of extreme Dao spread out, causing huge waves to rise in the Black Sea below. The huge island of the dead spirits was shaking. Such a scene was as horrifying as the end of the world. Who in the world is that guy? He can actually fight against our master. On the island of the dead spirits, some existences with incredible cultivation and combat power muttered to themselves. Perhaps he's an expert from another world. An undead spirit said, because Gu Fei had followed the Lord of the Undead Spirits into this world. Only a powerful being who had crossed worlds would be able to fight against the Lord of the Undead Spirits. 9 heaven punishing swords. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the sword of heaven punishing swordsmanship. A sword light that was filled with killing power rushed out from his body and pierced towards the Lord of the Dead Spirits. This was an extremely stunning sword strike from Gu Fei. With a single slash, the entire void seemed as though it was being split into two. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was immediately unable to withstand it and was sent flying by the sword. The sword aura invaded the body of the Lord of the Dead Spirits and was destroying his life force. Even the dead spirits had life force. After all, the dead spirits were also a kind of life. To be more precise, they were a different kind of life. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was both shocked and enraged at the same time. He channeled the power of death in a frenzy and forced out the sword light that had invaded his body. A sword light rushed out from his body and dissipated into the void. What? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little shocked. His sword light was forced out so easily, but this guy who was covered in death aura could do it, devouring heaven and earth. The Lord of the Dead Spirits roared and used the life-slaying technique right away. An extremely powerful energy wave spread out and instantly shrouded Gu Fei. Then, Gu Fei couldn't help but rush towards the black hole that had suddenly appeared in the void. He was about to be devoured by the black hole. However, at this moment, a stream of immortal chi erupted from Gu Fei's body. The stream of immortal chi broke through the devouring power of the black hole and rushed out. Cauldron suppressing mountains and rivers. Gu Fei returned the favor and used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Under the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron, the black hole in the void immediately disappeared. The mountain and river cauldron headed straight for the Lord of the Dead Spirits. However, at this moment, the bone sword flew back and was grabbed by the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Buzz! A heart-palpitating sword hum burst out from the bone sword in the hands of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. A dazzling sword light soared into the sky and collided with the mountain and river cauldron. Streaks of sword light shattered in the void. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and walked towards the Lord of the Dead Spirits, step by step. His aura grew stronger with every step he took. As he took a few steps, a shocking aura erupted from Gu Fei's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. You! Even the Lord of Undead Spirits, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was shocked by Gu Fei's power. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. You, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and accept your death. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to die even if you want to. Chapter 32:69. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled as though the entire void had exploded apart. Vast and mighty primal chaos chi surged as though a new world was being created. Gu Fei was getting serious. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my prowess? Gu Fei evolved the great Tao of chaos. Endless chaotic chi erupted from his chaotic, martial body. The entire void seemed to be returning to chaos. His cultivation had already reached a level where he could compete with existences of the demon ancestor level. Coupled with the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe, he could even compete with the Lord of Undead Spirits. Buzz! The Lord of Undead Spirits shook the bone sword in his hand, and streaks of undead spirit runes rushed out from the bone sword. Then they circled around the body of the bone sword, and a powerful undead spirit energy spread out from the bone sword. The Lord of Undead Spirits stared at Gu Fei with a soul-stirring gaze. It was as terrifying as two passageways that connected to the world of death. Come on, we shall not rest until we die. The Lord of Undead Spirits gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Yi Futian, he would have already killed his way into the world that was filled with vitality on the other side of the formation platform. The Black Demon Sea was not a good place. It was extremely calm from time to time. There was not even a ripple on the surface of the sea, let alone waves. However, when the Black Demon Sea was not calm, there would be huge waves that could crush everything. The island of undead spirits was currently under the threat of the Black Demon Sea. If it wasn't for Gu Fei stopping him, the Lord of Undead Spirits would have opened up the passageway to the Chaos Demon Realm and led his army of undead spirits to leave the Black Demon Sea and enter the Chaos Demon Realm. To the Lord of Undead Spirits, Gu Fei had cut off the path of survival for him and his subordinates. This made the Lord of Undead Spirits extremely furious. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's fight if you want. Gu Fei took a step forward and threw a punch at the Lord of Undead Spirits. His fist emitted a dazzling chaotic light, as though a chaotic sun had appeared between the heavens and the earth. With just one strike, the void in front of Gu Fei's fist instantly collapsed and shattered. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura had changed greatly. He was no longer ordinary. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war that had emerged from the primal chaos. He was constantly tempering his martial body. There was no doubt that the primal chaos martial body was powerful. He was like a human-shaped Tao artifact. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter the void of the world. He was much more powerful than an ordinary Tao artifact. At this moment, the Lord of Undead Spirits slammed his palm forward and collided with the Chaos Fist. resulting in a loud explosion. In the next moment, the two experts split up and each took out a supreme Tao treasure. An antique flew out from Gu Fei's hand and smashed towards the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Roar! The Lord of the Dead Spirits let out a furious roar. The bone sword in his hand transformed into a terrifying, deathly light that slashed towards the ancient cauldron. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The ancient cauldron was shaken. However, it was only shaken. Scram! Gu Fei shook the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and immediately sent the bone sword flying. Then he reached out with his left hand and grabbed at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. In the center of his palm, a chaotic Tao pattern appeared and produced a heaven-devouring force. This devouring force immediately enveloped the Lord of the Undead Spirits. The Lord of the Undead Spirits immediately flew towards Gu Fei's left hand uncontrollably. However, at this moment, the bone sword that had been sent flying flew back into the Lord of the Undead Spirits' hand. Swoosh! The Lord of the Undead Spirits did not hesitate and slashed with his sword. A sword light flashed across the void and slashed at Gu Fei's left hand. The extremely sharp sword light broke through the devouring force that was being emitted from Gu Fei's left hand. Gu Fei quickly retracted his hand. One must know that the bone sword was an extreme sword weapon. No matter how powerful his chaotic martial physique was, he would still be injured if he was hit by it. He immediately used his extreme speed 8 steps and soared into the sky. Then he pointed the mountain and river cauldron at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic primordial force surged in the mountain and river cauldron and burst out. The true heaven-devouring force erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. In an instant, the world collapsed and the sky seemed to have exploded. The Lord of the Undead Spirits was enveloped by the chaotic primordial force and was sent flying towards the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The Lord of the Undead Spirits struggled and roared. The bone sword in his hand vibrated continuously and unleashed an extreme force that was terrifying to the sky. Just as the Lord of the Undead Spirits was about to be devoured by the mountain and river cauldron, a blurry figure appeared on the bone sword in his hand. The moment the blurry figure appeared, it seemed to have opened up a part of the world, as well as the chaotic primordial force that was enveloping the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Given the Lord of the Undead Spirits' cultivation base and battle prowess, it was impossible for him to escape. However, the bone sword in his hand was not ordinary. It was an extreme sword weapon that could go against an extreme Tao weapon. What? At this moment, Gu Fei was taken aback. Even though the figure that had appeared on the bone sword was blurry, it was extremely powerful. It had opened up the void of the world, as well as the chaotic primordial force. The Lord of the Undead Spirits stopped in front of the mountain and river cauldron, just like that. Looking at the chaotic primordial force circulating within the mountain and river cauldron, he was scared out of his wits. If it wasn't for the bone sword's sudden display of might, he would have been dead for sure. This was truly a moment of life and death. Swoosh! The blurry figure took the Lord of the Undead Spirits and soared into the sky. In an instant, they had retreated 100 miles away at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei was taken aback once again. This was bad. The imprint within the bone sword had been activated. This was definitely not a good thing for him. One should know that the god of the mountain and river cauldron was currently in a deep slumber. It was not an easy task to wake him up. However, the extreme Tao imprint within the bone sword had been awakened. This was equivalent to the god of the extreme Tao bone sword awakening from his slumber. At this moment, the bone sword would definitely be able to display its true power. Old man, come out and save me. Gu Fei sent his consciousness into the mountain and river cauldron. However, there was no response from the mountain and river cauldron. This made him a little anxious. Ha! At this moment, the lord of the undead spirits burst into laughter. He held the bone sword in his hand. His soul was trembling when he sensed the extreme Tao energy that was bursting forth from the bone sword. This power was too strong. Moreover, this power was in his hand. He felt as though he could instantly kill his opponent with a single wave of the bone sword in his hand. This was an extremely powerful feeling. It was as though no one in this world was his opponent. "What are you laughing at? Do you think you can defeat me like this?" Gu Fei said in disdain. "Humph, you're dead meat. However, I won't let you die so easily." The Lord of the Undead Spirits stared at Gu Fei and sneered. "Don't brag. Do you really think you can control this power?" Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, the blurry figure that had charged out from the bone sword stood behind the Lord of the Undead Spirits and emitted an extreme Tao aura that enveloped the Lord of the Undead Spirits. "What?" The Lord of the Undead Spirits was stunned. At this moment, the blurry figure behind the Lord of the Undead Spirits charged into the Lord of the Undead Spirits' body. In the next moment, the Lord of the Undead Spirits stopped moving and his eyes became dull. Streams of extreme Tao aura gushed out from the Lord of the Undead Spirit's body and circled around him. The terrifying death aura instantly enveloped the entire world and filled every inch of space in the void. The Lord of the Undead Spirit's lifeless eyes suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. 2 blood-red glows appeared in the midst of the death aura, causing one's heart to palpitate. What? Could this be the legendary, murderous weapon devouring its master? Gu Fei did not make a move. Instead, he watched quietly. He was curious to see what was going on with the legendary, murderous weapon devouring its master. Could it be that a fellow that had fallen for countless years could come back to life with such a method? At this moment, the Lord of the Undead Spirits, who was almost completely engulfed by the death aura in the void, suddenly trembled and convulsed violently. Even the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. Could the Lord of the Undead Spirits still be able to resist? Gu Fei activated the martial path Heavenly Eye and stared at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. He could see 2 different auras appearing from the Lord of the Undead Spirit's body. One of the auras was the Lord of the Undead Spirit's own aura. However, the other aura was extremely powerful. It was not the Lord of the Undead Spirit's own aura, but the aura of the bone sword. At this moment, the light of death gushed out of the bone sword and entered the Lord of the Undead Spirit's body. Renunciation. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Perhaps an old fellow that had disappeared for countless years was really going to return to this world. The existence within the bone sword was not trying to devour its master. Rather, it was abandoning its own shell to steal the shell of another creature. The result of doing this was that the existence within the bone sword would use this method to return to the world. Very soon, the light of death stopped gushing out of the bone sword and the Lord of the Undead Spirits gradually calmed down. Gu Fei discovered that the aura that belonged to the Lord of the Dead Spirits was gradually disappearing. It had been refined. In other words, the Lord of the Dead Spirits didn't even have the time to be happy before it was devoured by some special existence within the ominous sword. Half an hour later, the Lord of Undead Spirits' body stopped trembling. He stood silently in the air, surrounded by deathly aura. An extreme aura radiated from his body. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Gu Fei. 2 blood-colored lights suddenly appeared in the pitch-black death aura. 2 blood-colored lights swept out from the death aura and landed on Gu Fei. Chapter 3270. No one had expected the bone sword to devour its master, let alone the Lord of Dead Spirits. At this moment, the sky above the island of dead spirits was filled with a boundless, deathly aura, causing the entire world to turn even darker. Even Gu Fei could feel his heart palpitating from the powerful aura. He still did not make a move. He was curious to know what would happen after the ominous sword devoured its master. If a super antique that had fallen countless years ago were to return to the world with such a method, it would definitely not be a small matter. For Gu Fei, this method was definitely something that he could learn and learn from. However, the moment when the ancient existence on the bone sword took control of the physical body of the Lord of Dead Spirits, Gu Fei could sense an extremely dangerous aura being emitted from the body of the Lord of Dead Spirits. Swoosh! 2 rays of blood light shot out from the deathly aura and swept towards Gu Fei. "Little fella, you're too arrogant." At this moment, an eerie voice rang out from within the deathly aura. 2 spots of blood light flickered within the deathly aura as a heart-palpitating aura was emitted from the figure within the deathly aura. This aura was much stronger than the aura of the Lord of Dead Spirits, and much more dangerous as well. "Old fella, this isn't arrogance. This is confidence. Do you understand?" Gu Fei crossed his arms and said, "Why are the juniors these days so arrogant?" The deathly aura around the body of the Lord of Dead Spirits surged and gathered towards him. In the blink of an eye, the torrential deathly aura had disappeared completely, devoured by the physical body of the Lord of Dead Spirits. This isn't arrogance either. Old antiques like you don't understand. I'll say it again. This is confidence. Do you understand? Gu Fei said, helplessly, "I don't care if you're confident or not. I'll beat you up until you don't dare to be confident anymore." The Lord of Dead Spirits was about to make his move as he spoke. However, at this moment, cracks started to appear on the bone sword in his hand, as though it could shatter at any moment. "You don't even want your weapon anymore. Can you do it with your bare hands, old fella?" Gu Fei touched his nose and said with a smile, "Haha, kid, you don't understand. With my cultivation and battle prowess, it doesn't matter if I have a weapon or not." The Lord of the Dead Spirits' right hand trembled, and the bone sword in his hand immediately shattered into countless fragments. Every fragment glowed and turned into specks of death light that shot towards Gu Fei. "Sneak attack, old man." Gu Fei remained motionless, but a wave of power erupted from his body. In the next moment, the void around him distorted and deformed. The bone sword fragments that shot towards him crashed into the distorted void around him, and the specks of light of death instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the fragments reappeared and shot back at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. The Lord of the Undead's attack was completely reversed by Gu Fei. "This is..." The Lord of the Undead Spirits was taken aback, and his eyes lit up. This wasn't an ordinary technique. One must know that his attack wasn't ordinary either. Although the bone sword had shattered, it was definitely a supreme being bone. Rumble. The Lord of the Undead Spirits extended his hand, and the countless specks of light of death that shot towards him were instantly caught in his hand. Kacha! The Lord of the Undead Spirits exerted force in his right hand, and bone powder immediately fell from his hand. The fragments of the bone sword that was refined from the supreme being bone were crushed into powder by him. Gu Fei wasn't very surprised, because this was something that even he could do. The essence contained in the bone sword had long been devoured by the Lord of the Undead Spirits' physical body. The bone sword that had lost its essence naturally lost its immortal nature and could be destroyed. "Kid, I find you very pleasing to the eye. Why don't you follow me?" The Lord of the Undead Spirits said as he stared at Gu Fei. "What did you say?" Gu Fei was stunned upon hearing this. To think that this guy wants to take me in as his little brother. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? "It's a great honor for you to be chosen by me," the Lord of the Undead Spirits said in a condescending tone. "Tisk, it's a great honor for you to be chosen by me and to be my subordinate. What would you think?" Gu Fei said in a displeased tone. "If that's the case, I can only kill you. What a pity." The Lord of the Undead Spirits shook his head and sighed. "Old man, you talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you being so long-winded?" Gu Fei stared at the Lord of the Undead Spirits with a stern expression. He knew that the current Lord of the Undead Spirits was much stronger than the previous Lord of the Undead Spirits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine the primordial spirit of the previous Lord of the Undead Spirits. The current Lord of the Undead Spirits was the mysterious guy in the bone sword. He was definitely a super antique. Since you want to reincarnate as soon as possible, I'll fulfill your wish. The Lord of the Undead Spirits took a step forward and arrived above Gu Fei's head in an instant. He then stomped his foot down on Gu Fei's head. Rumble! As soon as the Lord of the Undead Spirits stomped his foot, the entire space beneath his feet began to tremble. Subsequently, the space collapsed and crumbled, forming a terrifying destructive force that swept toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei raised his head abruptly. His long hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. He then clenched his right hand into a fist without any hesitation and smashed it toward the descending foot. Boom! Before Gu Fei's fist could hit the foot of the Lord of the Undead Spirits, a loud explosion erupted in the void. The two forces had already collided. Bam! A muffled collision sound rang out. At this moment, Gu Fei's fist collided with the Lord of the Dead Spirit's foot, causing the entire world to shake violently. In the next moment, the two figures quickly separated. The space between the two experts was annihilated. Gu Fei was knocked down from the sky by the extremely great force from the Lord of the Undead Spirit's foot. He directly fell toward the black sea below like a meteor. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed out furiously. Powerful chaotic force erupted from his body, immediately halting his descent and stopping him in midair. Gu Fei lowered his head and saw that his feet were only a few inches above the surface of the sea. He had almost fallen into the Black Sea. So close! Gu Fei wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and soared into the sky. He charged towards the figure of death high up in the sky. He displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps, and in just a few steps he had already caught up to it. What? The Lord of the Undead Spirits could not help but become both surprised and furious when he saw this. His opponent's speed had exceeded his expectations. Kill! Gu Fei bellowed out furiously. As he moved his hands, resplendent streaks of light shot out from his hands. They turned into chaotic rainbows and pierced toward the Lord of the Undead Spirits. This was the 9 heaven punishing swords. The 9 streaks of light directly tore through the surrounding space. It seemed like the 9 streaks of light were the only things left in the world. What kind of way of the sword is this? The Lord of the Undead Spirits was extremely shocked. The killing power that erupted from the 9 streaks of light made his heart palpitate. This was the way of the sword of the extreme path. The cultivation methods created by extreme sovereigns could be described as supreme techniques. They were the most powerful abilities and techniques in the world. Regular abilities could not be compared to them. With the Lord of the Undead Spirit's knowledge, he could obviously tell with a single glance if the sword technique Gu Fei had used was from an extreme sovereign. Do you think I'll tell you? Haha. Gu Fei smiled. Humph. I'll know everything after I capture you and search your soul. The Lord of the Undead Spirit sneered. The Lord of the Dead Spirit sneered. At that moment, the space around him seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, wanting to devour the 9 sword lights that had pierced through the air. However, the 9 streaks of light broke through the strange void around the Lord of the Undead Spirits and pierced through his body in an instant. What? The Lord of the Undead Spirits was dumbfounded. At the moment when the 9 streaks of light pierced through his body, he stopped moving and stood in the void in disbelief. 9 fist-sized bloody holes had appeared on his body. However, there was no blood seeping out of the holes. One must know that the Lord of the Undead Spirits had a very unique physique. He did not have the blood essence of ordinary living beings. There was very little blood in his body. The 9 streaks of immortal sword light disappeared in the void after piercing through the Lord of the Undead Spirits. How is this possible? The Lord of the Undead Spirits found it hard to believe that this young man was able to hurt him. At this moment, the 9 streaks of killing force had invaded his body and were destroying his life force. Let me send you on your way. Gu Fei took a step forward, and an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand. The ancient cauldron was thrown at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Roar! The Lord of the Undead Spirits roared and soared into the sky. He dodged the attack from the mountain and river cauldron and pounced at Gu Fei. The bloody holes on his body had yet to heal. However, this did not affect the Lord of the Undead Spirits' battle prowess. The Lord of the Undead Spirits opened his mouth and inhaled. An extreme devouring force immediately engulfed Gu Fei and pulled Gu Fei toward the Lord of the Undead Spirits' mouth. F***CK, are you trying to eat me? Gu Fei let out a strange cry. His body shook, and an extremely domineering saber light shot out from his body. It broke through the void and the devouring force of the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Swoosh! There was a flash of saber light, and the Lord of the Undead Spirits was sliced in half. A black saber appeared in the void, exuding a domineering pressure that could dominate the heavens and earth. You still have an extreme weapon. A voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. The Lord of the Undead Spirits did not die. The 2 halves of his body had fused back together. Chapter 32:71. The physical body of the Lord of the Undead Spirits was too strong. Even if his body was pierced by the 9 heaven punishing swords, or even split in half by the peerless saber, he could still recover. This was the power of the extreme Tao. The immortal characteristics of the bone sword had been transferred to the physical body of the Lord of the Undead Spirits. The physical body of the Lord of the Undead Spirits was simply a humanoid extreme Tao artifact. It could compete with extreme Tao artifacts like the peerless saber and the mountain and river cauldron. You actually have 2 extreme Tao artifacts. This is really surprising. No wonder you are so arrogant. After the Lord of the Undead Spirits recovered, he stared coldly at Gu Fei. This guy is not simple. He can have 2 extreme Tao artifacts at the same time. One should know that extreme Tao artifacts were not random Tao artifacts. They were Tao artifacts refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. They could be said to be the most perfect Tao artifacts in the world. An extreme grade supremacy would usually only refine one extreme grade Tao artifact. Very few extreme grade supremacy would refine 2 extreme grade Tao artifacts, or even more extreme grade Tao artifacts. This was because the materials needed to refine extreme grade Tao artifacts were simply too difficult to find. Of course, there were some extreme Tao sovereigns who were extremely lucky and obtained many immortal mystical materials. They could refine more than one extreme Tao artifact. The Millennium Buddha, Lord, was one of those lucky ones. He had refined many extreme Tao Buddhist artifacts. Even the kasaya he wore was the extreme Tao Buddhist robe. The extreme Tao Buddhist robe was in the hands of heavenly monk Dharma. As for the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, glazed Buddha saber, and other extreme Tao Buddhist artifacts, they were originally in the hands of Gu Fei. However, they were taken away by one of the Millennium Buddha, Lord's clones. I already told you that I am confident, not arrogant. Gu Fei said helplessly. Why can't this old guy understand? Again, the Lord of the Undead Spirits suddenly smiled strangely. He then pounced at Gu Fei. In the next moment, he seemed to have turned into an illusory shadow and pounced at Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. What? Gu Fei was shocked. However, his figure instantly became faint, as if he had melted into the surrounding void. The afterimage of the Lord of the Dead Spirits passed right through Gu Fei's shadow. Yes, the Lord of the Undead Spirits' silhouette solidified in an instant. He was extremely shocked. What kind of secret technique was this little fellow using? He could actually merge with the heavens and earth, becoming one with the heavens and earth. This secret technique evolved the great path of the void to the extreme. Even the Lord of the Dead Spirits himself found it difficult to cultivate the great path of the void to this level. Gu Fei's illusory figure instantly returned to normal. However, at this moment, pitch-black cracks in the void shot out like countless lightning bolts towards the Lord of Undead Spirits. This was the power of the void, and it was extremely powerful. The void collapsed and turned into cracks in the void that looked like black lightning bolts. The destructive power could tear the heavens and earth apart. Naturally, it could injure the Lord of the Dead Spirits. However, the Lord of the Dead Spirits was unafraid of the attack. At this moment, he probably already possessed an almost undying body. No matter what kind of attack he faced or how heavily injured he was, he could instantly reconstruct his body and recover his cultivation to its peak. The Lord of the Dead Spirits opened his mouth and inhaled. The pitch-black cracks in the void were directly devoured by him. Then he opened his mouth and spat out the destructive power. The cracks in the void appeared once again, and all of them were blasting towards Gu Fei. "Tisk, are you copying me?" Gu Fei smiled. With a wave of his hand, the spatial cracks that were blasting towards him dissipated in the void. At the same time, his figure disappeared on the spot. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was shocked. He never thought that Yi Futian's understanding of the great path of the void had reached such a level that he could instantly merge with the void. The space trembled, and an unimaginably powerful divine sense fluctuation erupted from the Lord of the Undead Spirit's body, causing the surrounding space to ripple like water. Although the Lord of the Dead Spirits' understanding of the great path of the void was not as good as Gu Fei's, his will was unimaginably powerful. He could use his will to shake the void and force Gu Fei out. However, the Lord of the Dead Spirits was wrong. Gu Fei did not hide in the void. Instead, he had merged with the void. Unless the void shattered, no one could force him out. At this moment, a hand reached out from the trembling void and slapped the chest of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. A powerful force instantly erupted. "Kacha!" The sound of bones breaking rang out. The chest of the Lord of the Dead Spirits immediately caved in. His ribs shattered into countless pieces as he was sent flying. What? The Lord of the Dead Spirits was in disbelief. He had been careless earlier, which was why he was hit. However, it was different now. He had already regarded this little fellow as an opponent of the same level as him, but he was still hit by this little fellow. This little fellow was incredible. At this moment, a sea breeze suddenly blew in the black sea below. The calm surface of the sea began to churn, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out. Gu Fei was shocked. At this moment, a black line appeared at the end of the horizon. It was a huge wave that was surging towards where Gu Fei was. A heart-palpitating aura swept out, causing the void to tremble. The huge wave seemed to be smashing the void into pieces. Swoosh! At this moment, the Lord of the Dead Spirits charged towards the island of the Dead Spirits and entered it. In the next moment, a layer of black light rushed out from the island of the Dead Spirits and enveloped the entire island of the Dead Spirits. This fellow! Seeing this, Gu Fei was taken aback. He could sense a destructive force that could crush everything from the towering wave. This destructive force caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate, and he had to dodge it. However, the island of the Dead Spirits had been sealed by the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Gu Fei also charged down from the sky. The terrifying destructive force was so vast that it caused even his soul to tremble. He then charged down from the sky. "You want to come in? Dream on." The Lord of the Dead Spirits stood on a mountain peak in the depths of the island of the Dead Spirits. He raised his head and looked at Gu Fei, who was descending from the sky like a meteorite, with the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely powerful force erupted. A super-killing formation that had enveloped the entire island of the Dead Spirits was activated. This force seemed to have forcefully split the island of the Dead Spirits from this world. What? At the sight of this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He had not expected the Lord of the Dead Spirits to have such a move up his sleeves. To think that someone had set up an extremely powerful killing formation on the island. Chapter 3272. The originally calm black demon ocean suddenly turned violent as a giant wave of death was formed. The wave was extraordinary as it contained a deathly aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Even the Lord of Undead Spirits would have to retreat into the island of Undead Spirits to hide in the island of Undead Spirits. The current Lord of Undead Spirits was no longer the Lord of Undead Spirits from before. The super antique in the bone sword had directly refined the Lord of Undead Spirits' primordial spirit, and naturally read the memories of the Lord of Undead Spirits' primordial spirit. In this way, the mysterious super antique knew everything about the Lord of Undead Spirits and naturally knew how to control the extreme killing formation on the island of Undead Spirits. Only the extreme killing formation on the island of Undead Spirits could withstand the extremely violent black demon ocean. The giant wave of death could destroy everything apart from the islands protected by the extreme killing formation. Therefore, only black water could be seen everywhere in the black demon ocean. It was rare to see anything emerging from the surface of the sea, and there were even fewer islands protected by the extreme killing formation. Rumble! At this moment, the giant wave of death rapidly swept over. Its destructive force was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Wherever the wave passed, the void was annihilated. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He flipped his right hand, and the peerless, ominous saber immediately appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he slashed at the island of Undead Spirits below. The peerless, ominous saber slashed at the light barrier formed by the protective formation of the island of Undead Spirits. Gu Fei felt a powerful force rebound from the peerless, ominous saber. The peerless, ominous saber in his hand bounced up and almost flew out of his hand. Gu Fei was shocked. Although he already knew that it was impossible for him to break through the light barrier formed by the extreme killing formation of the casual slash, he did not expect the power of the extreme killing formation to be able to directly shake off his peerless, ominous saber. Swoosh! At the same time, a ray of black light shot out from the extreme killing formation and pierced toward Gu Fei. Preposterous! Gu Fei raised the peerless, ominous saber in his hand and used it to block the attack. The light of death collided with the peerless, ominous saber. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei was sent flying hundreds of miles away along with his saber. The black saber in his hand vibrated, and he felt his entire arm go numb. His right hand, which was holding the black saber, was shaken to the point that blood seeped out. This is bad. At this moment, the death wave had already covered the sky and covered the earth. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He was unable to break the island of Dead Souls' extreme killing formation in a short period of time. It was impossible for him to enter the island of Dead Souls. Gu Fei had no choice but to take out the mountain and river cauldron. With a leap, he jumped into the mountain and river cauldron. The moment Gu Fei jumped into the mountain and river cauldron, the monstrous wave swept over and sent the mountain and river cauldron flying. Ha ha! The Lord of Dead Souls' laughter was heard from one of the mountains on the island of Dead Souls. Gu Fei could not enter the island of Dead Souls. Even if he had an extreme Dao weapon to protect himself, his chances of survival were slim. Rumble! The sky darkened. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have been drowned by black water. The island of Dead Souls was no exception and was completely submerged by the black water. However, the endless black water was blocked by the layer of light that had appeared on the island of Dead Souls. The extreme killing formation protected the entire island of Dead Souls. Even so, the entire island of Dead Souls was shaken by the death wave. Countless formation inscriptions appeared and intertwined, gathering the power of the extreme killing formation to resist the destructive power that had erupted from the death wave. At this moment, countless dead souls on the island of Dead Souls looked up in horror. The pitch-black seawater had shrouded the sky above the island of Dead Souls and was blocked by the power of the extreme killing formation. However, the power of the extreme killing formation that protected the island of Dead Souls was gradually being worn out. This was what the Lord of Dead Souls was worried about. Once the power of the extreme killing formation was completely worn out by the power of the Black Demon Sea, the entire island would probably disappear completely. Black waves surged into the sky in the Black Demon Sea, and the aura of death filled the dark and chaotic world. At this moment, countless living beings in the Black Demon Sea were extremely terrified. In the midst of the monstrous waves, the islands that were protected by the power of the extreme Tao were on the verge of collapsing, and the living beings on the islands were extremely terrified. Tens of thousands of miles away from the island of Dead Souls, under the pitch-black world and endless black waves, an island shrouded in golden light was vaguely visible in the darkness. At this moment, a black-clothed youth stood on a mountain peak on the island. This black-clothed youth looked exactly the same as Gu Feixing. This black-clothed youth was Gu Feixing's clone. What a terrifying place! When Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the raging black sea outside the divine island, he could not help but change his expression. From time to time, monstrous waves would hit the protective divine light of the divine island. The protective divine light of the divine island would immediately vibrate, and the Tao patterns on the divine light would vaguely appear and interweave. At this moment, the ears of Gu Fei's doppelganger could only hear the sound of wind and thunder coming from the outside. The countless dead souls that besieged the divine island had long retreated. Although there were countless secrets hidden in the Black Demon Sea, the monstrous waves and the terrifying power of death that was wreaking havoc seemed to be a great secret of the world. Gu Fei's doppelganger had hidden in the divine island before the power of the Black Demon Sea wreaked havoc. But Gu Fei's real body was not so lucky. He directly jumped into the mountain river cauldron, but the cauldron was swept away by the black waves. An ancient cauldron could be seen vaguely in the wind and waves, but in an instant the ancient cauldron was swept thousands of miles away by the black waves. Preposterous! Just what is going on? In the world inside the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei could sense the movements outside. He did not know how long this storm would last. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void inside the mountain river cauldron, and his body was surrounded by chaotic qi. A powerful aura spread from his body, and he began to cultivate. After an unknown period of time, when Gu Fei woke up from his cultivation state, he realized that the storm outside had stopped. He directly rushed out of the mountain river cauldron. This is, when Gu Fei rushed out of the mountain river cauldron, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He directly waved his hand, and the ancient cauldron on the ground immediately flew into his hand. There was an island in front of him, and there was a huge figure walking on the island. It was a humanoid creature, or more accurately a giant. Chapter 3273. At this moment, the Black Demon Sea had completely changed. Although the sky was still dark, the surface of the sea was as calm as a mirror. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. When the boundless waves of the Black Demon Sea were stirred up, Gu Fei hid in the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, he had no idea where he was. However, the scene in front of him made him a little dumbfounded. This was because he saw a giant. There were still ancient creatures like giants in this world. This was really unbelievable. One must know that the giant race was extremely ancient, and this race had already become a legend in ancient times. The real ancient giants were definitely powerful existences. An adult giant could slaughter a real dragon above the 9 heavens and could compete with a quasi-supreme existence. They were extremely powerful. Some primordial giants could even grow to become existences that could compete with extreme grade supremes. Of course, there were not many primordial giants of this level. Among the entire giant race, it was already very good to have 1 or 2 primordial giants of this level. The island in front of him was very large, lush, and full of vitality. However, a giant figure was walking in the forest. Although he was far away, Gu Fei could still feel the ferocious aura spreading from the giant figure. Sensing the aura, Gu Fei knew that the giant's cultivation and combat strength were not weak. Even if he was not a quasi-supreme existence, he was probably not far from it. Swoosh! At this moment, the huge figure suddenly stretched out its hand and grabbed a huge pterosaur in the sky. Then it directly bit off the pterosaur's head and drank the pterosaur's hot blood in large mouthfuls. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. Could it be that this giant was living a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood on this island? After drinking the pterosaur's blood, the giant began to eat the meat. Soon, a pterosaur the size of a small hill was eaten by the giant. Gu Fei watched quietly from afar. Although he was very far away, the bloody scene moved him. Swoosh! Suddenly, the giant seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and looked in the direction where Gu Fei was. Two ferocious eyes directly swept across Gu Fei. Roar! The giant roared at Gu Fei, and the terrifying sound waves spread out, dispersing the dark clouds above the island. The island was instantly thrown into chaos. Countless ferocious birds and ferocious beasts were alarmed and fled in all directions. Among these ferocious beasts, there was no lack of ancient beasts. Humph! Gu Fei smiled and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. When he reappeared, he had traversed hundreds of miles and arrived above the primitive island, right in front of the giant. When he got closer, Gu Fei realized that the giant was truly huge. It was at least 100 zhang tall, and the air it exhaled could even uproot trees. The giant stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The difference in size between the two was too great. One of the giant's fingers was much bigger than Gu Fei's bones. In the giant's eyes, Gu Fei was just an annoying fly that could be killed with one slap. However, Gu Fei smiled and instantly turned into an extremely sharp sword light. He directly rushed towards the giant's hand, walking right into the trap. The giant grabbed the charging Gu Fei and grinned. There was still blood dripping from its bloody mouth. It was the blood of the pterosaur that the giant had eaten earlier. However, at this moment, the giant's hand that was holding on to Gu Fei suddenly burst into a cloud of blood. A figure directly broke through the giant's hand and rushed out. Roar! The giant roared and directly slapped the figure with his left hand. However, with a flash of the sword light, the giant's left hand directly fell from the sky. Blood spurted out from the giant's severed hand like a fountain, and the air was immediately filled with the smell of blood. The giant roared crazily, and his voice shook the entire mountain forest. The giant turned around and fled. Gu Fei did not kill him. He only carefully hid his tracks and chased after the giant from afar. The giant ran wildly. Everywhere it passed, the towering ancient trees that were in its way were directly smashed and fell from the sky. There were even huge rocks that were tens of thousands of kilograms that were directly kicked away by the giant. The giant ran wildly all the way and directly rushed towards the depths of the primitive island. Soon, a long roar came from the depths of the island. An extremely powerful existence discovered the giant running away and responded to the giant. The old nest of the giant clan was here. Gu Fei chased after it and saw towering mountain ridges in front of him. Clouds and mist lingered between the ridges, and waterfalls fell from the sky like white silk. There was also a winding spring that flowed down from the sky. At the sight of this, Gu Fei was slightly surprised. There was actually such a celestial essence land on this seemingly desolate island. Not bad, a celestial essence land. At this moment, the giant that Gu Fei had injured directly rushed into the land of immortal essence. Soon, an even more powerful figure appeared between the ridges, the huge silhouette faintly discernible in the mist. If I hit the young one, the old one will jump out, Gu Fei stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the huge silhouette between the ridges. At this moment, an extremely powerful wave of consciousness spread from the silhouette. This was an extremely tyrannical wave of consciousness. However, no matter how powerful the wave of consciousness was, it still couldn't sense Gu Fei's existence. One must know that Gu Fei had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The anti-void secret technique could make Gu Fei's body turn into the void, as if he was fusing with the surrounding void. Who dares to injure my clansmen? Come out and accept your death. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Although the wave of consciousness couldn't sense his existence, Gu Fei could sense its existence. The giant clan is indeed not simple. It's a quasi-supreme being the moment it appears. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He wasn't afraid that the figure in the ridges could hear him. In fact, the existence in the ridges really couldn't hear him. Let's take a look first. Gu Fei turned around and left. Since he knew that the lair of the other party was here, he wasn't afraid that they would run away. As a newcomer, Gu Fei had to understand this island well. He knew how far this place was from the path of dead spirits. If he wanted to return to the Chaos Demon realm, he would have to go to the island of dead spirits. How troublesome. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. He wandered around the mountain and soon found a hidden valley. He then dived into the valley. He then set up a formation to hide the small valley. Although Gu Fei's formation mastery wasn't as insane as He Tian's, it wasn't a problem for him to set up a formation to hide his tracks. When Gu Fei finished setting up the formation started operating. The valley disappeared into the ridges just like that. Only then did Gu Fei settle down in the valley with peace of mind. This time, he didn't bring any subordinates with him. Of course, he wasn't alone. He still had a group of helpers in his inner world. However, the giants on this island were so powerful. If he let them out, they would be in danger once they encountered those giants. Of course, it would be hard to become a true expert without experiencing the wind and rain. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and finally opened his inner world. Then he stepped into the inner world and directly arrived at the ancestral land of the Meng family. In a majestic hall, Gu Fei was lying lazily on the throne. Below the throne stood a group of senior members of the Meng family. Standing at the front was the patriarch of the Meng family. "Greetings, Lord." The senior members of the Meng family bowed to Gu Fei under the leadership of the patriarch. "Get up." Gu Fei sat up straight and said with a wave of his hand, "Thank you, Lord." The senior members of the Meng family quickly stood up. The entire Meng family was extremely respectful to Gu Fei. One should know that it was Gu Fei who brought the Meng family out of the great desolate star. The Meng family's prosperity was all because of Gu Fei. If they had stayed on the great desolate star, they would probably still be living in fear, and there would be no future for the Meng family. But it was different now. Ever since they followed Gu Fei, the Meng family became stronger and stronger. Recently, the entire Meng family borrowed the power of the immortal transformation lake to change their physique. This meant a lot to the Meng clan. Because of the immortal transformation lake, everyone in the Meng clan had the chance to become immortals and live forever in this world. The Meng family was extremely grateful for what Gu Fei had done for them. They were willing to go through fire and water for Gu Fei. If there was anyone who was the most loyal to Gu Fei, it would definitely be the Meng family. Choose 12 of the strongest young disciples. I will bring them out to train. Gu Fei said to the Meng family's old leader. Yes, Lord. The old clan leader of the Meng family was overjoyed when he heard that. Nothing was more important than the fact that his lord was going to personally train the people of the Meng family. The Meng family immediately took action. Soon, the 12 young disciples of the Meng family stood in front of Gu Fei's throne. All of them were nervous and fearful. They had never had the chance to stand so close to Gu Fei. Actually, the most outstanding disciple in the Meng family was Menglong. But at this time, Meng Long had stepped onto the ancient road of the human race with Gu Ling and the others. Other than Meng Long, there were more than 10 strong young talents in the Meng family. These 12 young disciples were the most outstanding among them. All right, let's go. Chapter 3274. My lord, where is this place? In the valley, 12 young cultivators were looking around curiously. They were the most outstanding figures among the younger generation of the Meng clan. In the Meng clan, each of these 12 young men could be called a genius of the Meng clan. This is an island in the Black Demon Sea. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a large rock. He was rather satisfied with these 12 youths. After the baptism of the immortal transformation lake, the physiques of these 12 youths had undergone a fundamental change. Their martial arts cultivation was not weak. Each of them had a cultivation base of at least the immortal god realm. Immortal gods had long been extinct in the human world. It was difficult for an immortal god to appear even after countless years. Back then, Gu Fei had gone through countless hardships to become an immortal god. However, the 12 young men in front of him had easily cultivated to the immortal spirit realm. This was something that would have been impossible back when Gu Fei had just started his cultivation. Of course, if it wasn't for the abundant cultivation resources provided by Gu Fei and the immortal transformation lake that changed their physiques, they wouldn't have been able to reach the immortal god realm so quickly. An island in the Black Demon Sea. The 12 young men looked at each other. They did not know what his lord wanted them to do by bringing them to this place. They could feel the primordial aura exuding from this part of the world. Go. This island will be your training ground. There are countless unknown dangers here. There's only one thing you have to do, and that is to survive. Gu Fei said, My lord, is this a test for us? A tall and slender young man who did not look sturdy said carefully. Despite his skinny appearance, he was the strongest existence among the 12 young men. He had a cultivation base of the immortal emperor realm and was the leader of the group. This young man was called Meng Jiao. He was the most heaven-defying young disciple in the Meng clan besides Meng Long, that's right. This is a test for you. It's a very simple test. All you have to do is to come back alive. Gu Fei said. Everyone was taken aback when they heard Gu Fei's words. Was this a life and death trial? All right, all of you can go. I hope you can come back alive. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, Although Meng Jiao had the cultivation base of an immortal emperor, on this desolate island where the giant clan lived, his cultivation base was really not enough. Of course, although cultivation and battle prowess were important, the ability to adapt to changes was also very important. Only those who could survive in the harshest environment were truly strong. Gu Fei wanted strong people who could conquer the world, not flowers in a greenhouse. Yes, master. As Meng Jiao spoke, he led everyone to salute Gu Fei, then left the valley and entered the wild mountain range outside. This was a challenge for them. This was not the same as being in Gu Fei's inner world. This was a true wilderness. No one knew what dangers lurked here. All the dangers were unknown. These 12 most outstanding disciples of the Meng family weren't as weak as Gu Fei had imagined, nor were they flowers in a greenhouse. One should know that when the Meng family was in the Great Desolate Star, they had to fight against all kinds of savage beasts and hunt them for food. Although they had entered Gu Fei's inner world, they still didn't stay idle. They still hunted all kinds of savage beasts to train their clansmen. The survival ability of the clansmen of the Meng family in the wild wasn't as weak as Gu Fei had imagined. Roar! Outside the valley, wild beasts were roaring. Huge silhouettes were looming in the mountains from time to time. Huge shadows were cast down from the sky from time to time. Ferocious birds were gliding across the sky and plunging into the depths of the mountains. This island in the middle of the Black Demon Sea was a completely desolate world. Boom! Very soon, in a mountain near the valley where Gu Fei was, a powerful silhouette sent a mountain-sized wild beast flying with a punch. Roar! The savage beast roared, its voice shaking the entire forest. A powerful, baleful aura spread out from the savage beast. It was a savage beast with red scales all over its body. It looked like a horse, but it had a single horn on its head. This was the red-scaled unicorn. It was so powerful that it could fight against immortals. The one fighting with the red-scaled unicorn was a young expert from the Meng family. This expert's cultivation was so strong that even the red-scaled unicorn was no match for him. However, the red-scaled unicorn was not to be trifled with. The red-scaled unicorn's defense was incomparably strong. Even though it was sent flying, it did not suffer any fatal injuries. Kill! The young man from the Meng family roared and charged towards the red-scaled unicorn. Boom! The two powerful figures collided with each other in an instant. The red-scaled unicorn was sent flying, its horn broken in half. The young expert from the Meng clan grabbed at the red-scaled unicorn that was sent flying away. Streams of powerful martial arts energy rushed out of his hand and turned into a mountain-like palm that enveloped the red-scaled unicorn. The huge palm descended and caught the red-scaled unicorn in an instant. Roar! The red-scaled unicorn roared angrily, and a powerful force erupted from its body. In the next moment, the ferocious beast's body emitted a scarlet light, as if it was surrounded by scarlet flames. However, even though the red-scaled unicorn was fighting with all its might, it was useless. It couldn't break free from the huge palm. At this moment, the young expert from the Meng family tightened his grip, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from the red-scaled unicorn's body. This time, the red-scaled unicorn was severely injured. Humph! The young expert from the Meng family sneered and exerted force with his right hand. The red-scaled unicorn in his hand immediately shattered and turned into a cloud of blood mist. A wild beast that was as powerful as an immortal had fallen, just like that. What a pity! If I could eat it, it would definitely be delicious. Suddenly, a voice came from nearby. Then, a figure walked out from the forest. This guy was dressed in black and had pale skin. He was a fat man with big ears. Meng Wu, Fatty Meng, it's you. When the young expert, who had crushed the red-scaled unicorn, saw the fellow walking out of the forest, he was a little surprised. Meng Wu was naturally the fifth guy. His father had many sons, and this little fatty happened to be the fifth. Hence, he was called Meng Wu. As time passed, the crowd forgot his real name and only remembered that he was called Meng Wu. Meng Xian, your cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit, Meng Wu said to the young expert. At the same time, he stopped in front of Meng Xian and looked at Meng Xian with a faint smile. Although Meng Wu and Meng Xian were the most outstanding youths of the Meng family, they were not related except for the fact that they had the same ancestor. The Meng family had been multiplying for a long time. Although they were members of the same clan, the blood relationship between them had become very faint. Meng Wu and Meng Xian had a competitive relationship. They both wanted to win against each other so that their bloodline would surpass the others. You're not bad either, but you're getting fatter, Meng Xian teased. You dare to laugh at me for being fat? I'll beat you up. Meng Wu waved his fist and gritted his teeth. Tisk, I'm afraid you'll bite me, Meng Xian said with a sneer. He really did not take this fatty seriously. With his cultivation, he could easily defeat the fatty Meng Wu. Meng Wu was furious. However, he knew the rules of the family. It was a big taboo to kill each other. No matter who it was, they would be punished. It was also because of the existence of the family rules that there was no such thing as killing each other in the Meng family. Why? You want to beat me up? Meng Xian stared at Meng Wu in disdain. You and I are both from the Meng family. Why would I beat you up? Meng Wu said with a fake smile. His smile was a little weird, but no one knew what he was thinking about. All right, if there's nothing else, let's go our separate ways, Meng Xian said and flew into the sky. He left Meng Wu alone in the mountain ridge. Meng Wu could even smell the stench of blood. This guy, Meng Wu looked in the direction where Meng Xian disappeared. His eyes were extremely sharp. Then he turned around and disappeared in the mountain ridge. The Meng family did not seem to be as united as it seemed on the surface. At this time, more and more experts of the Meng family were fighting with the wild beasts in the mountain ridge. There was no lack of ferocious beasts in the barbarian land. Roar! Just when the 12 experts of the Meng family were fighting with all kinds of wild beasts, a roar came from the depths of the island. Finally, some of the giants found Meng Jiao and the others. That is, at this time everyone was shocked. Some of the experts of the Meng family rushed up to the sky and watched the scene quietly. In the mountain ridge in front of them, an incomparably huge figure appeared. The surrounding mountains were only up to his waist. Such a giant made Meng Jiao and the others feel a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, the giant opened his mouth and inhaled. Everything immediately flew into his mouth and was swallowed in one gulp. Although they were far away, the devouring power still enveloped the people of the Meng family. The clansmen immediately flew towards the giant's bloody mouth. Chapter 3275. The powerful giant had finally appeared. This was their territory. The 12 young experts of the Meng clan had caused such a huge commotion on the island. It was impossible for the giants to not be alerted. The giant figure walked out from the depths of the desolate island. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Countless creatures immediately flew out from the mountains and directly flew towards the giant's mouth. Even the young experts of the Meng family in the mountain ridge couldn't help but fly out of the mountain ridge. Giant! How is this possible? At this moment, Meng Wu was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have followed behind Meng Jiao. Now he was about to be eaten by the giant. Little fatty Meng Wu's body was emitting divine light. He desperately wanted to break free from the engulfing power that enveloped him. However, he realized that he was too weak in front of this power. It was impossible for him to escape. Meng Wu realized that Meng Jiao wasn't pulled into the sky by the engulfing power that came out from the giant's mouth. Meng Jiao was also impressive. He stood firmly on the mountain peak. His whole body was filled with vast and mighty stellar energy. He was actually able to resist the engulfing power of the giant. Just as Meng Wu and the others were about to be swallowed by the giant, a black blade directly flew from the sky. The blade flashed and actually left a 10,000 miles long pitch-black spatial crack between the heavens and the earth. This pitch-black spatial crack directly crossed between the giant and Meng Wu and the others in the mountains. Meng Wu and the others only felt their bodies loosen up. The engulfing power that enveloped them immediately disappeared. They were surprised and overjoyed. They hurriedly escaped. Who is it? The fat meat that was already in his mouth actually escaped. The giant couldn't help but be furious. For the giant, the experts of the Meng clan were just his food. The stronger the food, the more abundant the blood essence. For the giant, this could increase their cultivation. These disciples of the Meng clan were all existences above the immortal god level. If the giant could devour this kind of food, his cultivation would definitely increase by a lot. The giant scanned the surroundings, and a violent, fiendish aura spread from its huge figure, causing all the birds and beasts in the surrounding area to be filled with terror. However, what infuriated the giant was that he couldn't sense the existence that was secretly attacking him. At this moment, the black saber flew directly into the mountains and disappeared in an instant. Its speed was extremely fast. The giant hurriedly chased after the black saber. The sound of heavy footsteps rang out, and the entire ground shook with the giant's footsteps. Gravel constantly rolled down the surrounding mountain ridges. Meng Wu and the others were inexplicably shocked when they saw the scene. They found it hard to believe that such a creature existed on this island. The power displayed by the giant caused their hearts to palpitate. "It's the master!" Fatty Meng Wu recognized the black saber just now. It was Gu Fei's extreme Dao Dao artifact. If not for Gu Fei's secret attack just now, they would have lost their lives here. At that moment, the huge spatial crack created by the black saber gradually became smaller and finally disappeared in the void. The speed at which the void of heaven and earth repaired itself was somewhat shocking. Looking at the distant giant, all the disciples of the Meng clan were inexplicably shocked. At this moment, they realized that this desolate island was not as simple as it seemed. Not only were there ancient mutants here, but there were also creatures like the giant that had disappeared for countless years. Such creatures had only appeared in legends. The Meng clan's inheritance was also very long. After following Gu Fei, they learned many great secrets of heaven and earth from Gu Fei. Giant. On a mountain peak, Meng Jiao looked in the direction where the giant disappeared with a solemn expression. The pressure that the giant gave him was too great. After surviving a disaster, all the people of the Meng clan became even more cautious. They scattered in all directions and no longer gathered together, lest they be wiped out by the giant. At this moment, after the giant rushed into the depths of the mountain ridges, he disappeared, and the giant didn't come out from the depths of the mountain ridges again. Gu Fei didn't appear, and neither did the black saber. Little Fatty Meng Wu also left this place, not daring to go any closer to the depths of the mountain ridges. If he were to encounter the giant again, no one would be able to save him. The cultivation base of that giant was definitely at the Immortal Emperor realm, or even higher. Otherwise, Meng Jiao wouldn't have been almost killed by it. In fact, little Fatty Meng Wu also knew that since his lord had brought them here to train, he wouldn't leave them alone. When they encountered an excessively powerful existence, Gu Fei would intervene. However, Meng Wu was also very clear that if they encountered an evenly matched opponent, even if he was killed by the opponent, Gu Fei wouldn't intervene. A life and death experience was a life and death experience. Very soon, a young expert of the Meng clan fell, just like that. His opponent was a mutant beast of the Desolate Era. At the same level, a mutant beast of the Desolate Era was superior to humans in terms of physique and strength. Very few human cultivators were a match for such a mutant beast. At this time, the remaining disciples of the Meng clan didn't dare to go any closer to the depths of the desolate island. They only wandered around the periphery. Even so, the experts of the Meng clan still encountered an incomparably powerful beast. The dangers of the periphery of the desolate island were already enough to make the descendants of the Meng clan suffer. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Gu Fei had been staying in the valley all this time, as if he had never left. On the other hand, the 12 rising stars of the Meng clan were out of luck. Although it had only been half a month, only 6 of the 12 were left of the Meng clan. Only half of them had survived this life and death trial. This surprised the higher-ups of the Meng clan, because this was the result of not entering the depths of the island. Another half a month had passed. In the mountain ridges, the disciples of the Meng clan couldn't sense any existence at all. This time, Gu Fei put away all his things and wanted to leave with the remaining 6 experts. However, just as he was about to leave, a furious roar came from the depths of the mountain ridges, echoing throughout the mountains. This is high up in the sky. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the roar, only to see gigantic figures appearing from time to time in the mist. Their murderous auras made his heart palpitate. Gu Fei didn't want to alarm the giants, but he knew what he was doing. He wanted to return to the island of the dead souls, but there was no other way but to read the corpses of the giants. Soon, Gu Fei captured a king of the dead souls and read the memories of the king of the dead soul's soul. Soon, he learned some things about the Black Demon Sea. Gu Fei also learned about the current situation in the Black Demon Sea. There were actually 3 mysterious places in the Black Demon Sea. The first was the island of the dead souls. The second was a divine island in the Black Demon Sea, and the third was the desolate island where they were. All 3 places had extremely powerful existences lurking in them. In particular, the island that Gu Fei was on was definitely not to be trifled with. Even Gu Fei didn't want to provoke such existences. Of course, He wasn't afraid of these existences. Gu Fei wanted to leave the island, but just as he was about to move, a thick mist appeared above the Black Demon Sea, which made Gu Fei very unhappy. The mist lingered, and the secret technique trapped Gu Fei on the island. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to stay and not move. It wouldn't be fun if he got lost in the mist. The mist shrouded the desolate island for more than 10 days before it gradually dissipated and disappeared into the void. This time there was no mist. Gu Fei directly rushed out of the desolate island. However, at this moment, a pitch-black hand suddenly descended from the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei. The entire void seemed to be sealed in an instant. "Humph, you should be happy that I didn't settle the score with you. How dare you provoke me?" Gu Fei said, his eyes turning fierce. Transform. Gu Fei immediately used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The power of the secret word Wu exploded, causing everything in the void to be obliterated at a rapid speed. The giant hand that descended from the sky also dissipated in the void, obliterated by the power of the secret word Wu. Roar! At the same time, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the mountain range. Then, a gigantic figure appeared in the mountain range. The blurry figure was much larger than the mountain range beside it. Swoosh! The giant reached out with his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. An incredibly powerful wave of energy exploded from the hand. Rumble! The giant hand covered the sky, causing the entire world to darken. This caused all the living beings in the vicinity to be terrified. "I'll play with you then." As Gu Fei spoke, he shot up into the sky and pierced through the giant hand. The next moment, he turned into a giant and displayed his universal Dharma body. It's impolite not to reciprocate. As Gu Fei said that, his right hand jerked as a terrifying wave of energy surged out towards the giant. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered and the ground crumbled. It was as horrifying as the end of the world. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as the 2 giant palms collided together. A violent force erupted as a series of pitch-black spatial cracks spread out like black lightning bolts. This was the destructive power of the spatial cracks. Even Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 3276. Gu Fei captured an important figure of the giant race and used the godly seizing secret technique to read the soul memory of the giant. So he knew the general situation of the Black Demon Sea. Although the Black Demon Sea was a dangerous place in the ancestral god realm, there were still many living beings. There were 3 big islands in the Black Demon Sea, and countless living beings occupied each island. Previously, the island of the dead souls had been occupied by countless dead souls. Of course, there were other living beings on the island of dead souls other than the dead souls, but the dead souls were the most powerful race on the island of dead souls. The island of dead souls was basically ruled by the dead soul race. The ruler of the giant island was the giant race. Although there were other races on the giant island, the giant race was the most powerful. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. This was a universal truth everywhere. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded above the pitch-black sea, and a terrifying and monstrous energy wave spread out in all directions. The whole world seemed to be collapsing, and space cracks bigger than mountains raged in all directions. Each crack was so large that one could not see the end of it, and it was like a deep abyss had appeared in the dark sky. High up in the sky, 2 blurry figures flashed and disappeared. They did not disappear, but were so fast that their shadows could not be seen. At this moment, huge figures appeared at the edge of the giant island. They were experts of the giant race, and every figure exuded an extremely violent aura. Who is this guy? How can he compete with the second ancestor? Among the giants, some people were talking. In fact, there weren't many giants on the island. Otherwise, all the living beings on the island would have been eaten up by these giants. That's right. The ferocious aura exuded by the giants at the edge of the island frightened the birds and beasts in the nearby areas to flee, and they did not dare to appear in the vicinity. There had never been so many giants appearing at the same time before. The dozen or so giants standing together looked like a mountain standing on the seashore. The ferocious aura coming from the dozen or so giants gathered together, forming a monstrous killing intent that was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. I heard that an outsider barged into the Black Demon Sea. Could it be this guy? A giant said. The giant race was also very well informed. They would be the first to know about any changes in the Black Demon Sea. Gu Fei's doppelganger and the Golden Rock Goddess had also arrived at the Black Demon Sea. Although Gu Fei did not have any news about them, it did not mean that the powerful forces in the Black Demon Sea were unaware. I think so, another giant said. Where did these outsiders come from? Could they be from the world outside the Black Demon Sea? One of the giants was very puzzled. One should know that the Black Demon Sea was a forbidden area in the ancestral god realm. Since ancient times, there was only one outcome for any living beings that trespassed into the Black Demon Sea: death. But now, there were some fearless fellows in the Black Demon Sea. The originally peaceful Black Demon Sea was now surging, and some forces were getting restless. At this time, Gu Fei and the second ancestor of the giant race were locked in a fierce battle. The second ancestor of the giant race was quite impressive. He had actually transformed into the size of a human and was fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. Kill. Gu Fei's body was shrouded in chaotic light. Rays of chaotic light tore through the void like chaotic lightning. He stretched out his right hand, and the rays of chaotic light immediately bombarded towards the second ancestor of the giant race. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from Gu Fei's body. Little fella, you dare to provoke my giant race. You are simply courting death. Do you know that? The second ancestor of the giant race said with a sinister smile. He was a white-haired young man with a pair of demonic eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of madness. This was a kind of bloodthirsty madness. The white-haired young man allowed the chaotic light to hit his body. With a dash, he punched towards Gu Fei. The power that erupted from his fist was extremely tyrannical. Boom! Boom! The second ancestor of the giant race merely punched out, and the entire void shook. It was as though it wasn't a fist, but a giant mountain that was pushing forward. No one could dodge this kind of fist, not even Gu Fei. That was because the fist that the second ancestor had displayed was almost invincible. Gu Fei had not expected that the second ancestor's battle technique would be at this level. This was a kind of invincible momentum. Humph, Gu Fei sneered coldly. He punched out as well, and an invincible fist intent exploded from his body. Boom! A loud bang rang out as the two fists collided. It was like two giant mountains colliding, causing the void around the two experts to explode. Gu Fei only felt a strong wave of energy coming from his fist, causing his body to shake continuously. However, he did not take a single step back. As for the second ancestor of the giant race, he could not help but take 3 steps back. This shocked and enraged the old ancestor of the giant race. How could this be? Seeing this scene, the giants on the barren island were indescribably shocked. One had to know that the giant race was a race that excelled in strength. The strength of the giants was definitely synonymous with power. He actually forced the second ancestor back. The giants could not believe it. However, the facts spoke louder than words. It was a fact that the second ancestor was forced back by Gu Fei. The one who was the most shocked was the second ancestor of the giant race. This little fella's physical strength was so strong that he could fight against him. This kind of strength was too heaven-defying. You what? Come again. Gu Fei said as he punched at the second ancestor again. The invincible fist intent was so vast that the second ancestor had no chance to dodge. Boom! Another loud bang rang out as Gu Fei's fist and the second ancestor's fist collided again. Terrifying energy waves exploded from the two fists. Without any suspense, the second ancestor of the giant race was forced back several steps by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's well-tempered martial body was so strong that even the strength of a giant dragon could not compare to Gu Fei, let alone a giant. What a strong physical body! The second ancestor of the giant race could not help but be moved. He had used all his strength, but he was still forced back. This was definitely not a good thing for the second ancestor of the giant race. Gu Fei was like a shadow. In an instant, he appeared in front of the second ancestor of the giant race and punched at him. Chapter 32:77. In the sky above the giant island, two powerful beings were moving at high speed. They were so fast that even Gu Fei couldn't see their figures. The energy fluctuations from Gu Fei's body were getting stronger and stronger. Wherever they passed, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The two experts were moving at high speed. Every time a sound was heard, a figure would suddenly appear in between them. However, the figure would vanish into the void in an instant. The vast and mighty energy fluctuations caused the sea below to surge with towering waves. Although it wasn't the time for the black demon sea to wreak havoc, it wasn't far from it. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a figure was sent flying. Blood dripped down from the sky. Humph! Gu Fei sneered coldly. Like a shadow, she chased after Gu Fei and threw another punch at him. A tyrannical power exploded from her fist. This move of the giant clan's second ancestor had shaken the void. The invincible fist made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Naturally, Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He punched out with all his strength. The violent fist energy shook the world, causing pitch-black space cracks to appear in the void. Like black lightning, each black space crack was powerful enough to tear the void apart, emitting a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. Go to hell! The giant clan's second ancestor roared crazily. The terrifying aura of destruction spread out in all directions, shattering a part of the world. His fists were dripping with blood. Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. His fists were definitely tougher than the giant clan's second ancestor's head. He forced the giant clan's second ancestor to retreat continuously, coughing out blood. The giant clan is just SOO. Gu Fei said disdainfully as he attacked. You! The giant clan's second ancestor was enraged. However, he couldn't change anything because his cultivation base, combat strength, and even his physical strength couldn't compare to his opponent. All right, let me send you on your way, Gu Fei said indifferently. After that, he waved his hands, and beams of incomparably powerful sword lights shot out from his hands. They were like divine rainbows, piercing towards Gu Fei. This was the 9 heaven punishing swords. Every single sword light exuded an extremely terrifying aura of destruction, and its killing power was monstrous. Gu Fei displayed the power of this sword Dao to the fullest. The power of heaven punishing seemed to be able to destroy the void between heaven and earth. Shua, a sword light dashed past second ancestor, leaving a bloody cut on his body. Blood oozed out from the cut. What? Witnessing this scene, the giants couldn't believe their eyes. The invincible second ancestor in their hearts had actually been injured by someone. How could this be possible? Second patriarch, actually. A giant tribe expert's voice trembled. Rumble! At this moment, the giant clan's second ancestor's body shook. Endless divine light exploded from his body. In the next moment, a giant figure appeared between heaven and earth. This figure's head reached the sky while his feet stood on the ground. He was like a giant that could split heaven and earth apart, giving off a heaven-splitting might that made people's hearts palpitate. He's revealed his true form. Gu Fei didn't continue to attack. He took a step forward and retreated thousands of zhang away. However, at this moment, a mountain-like palm slammed down on him. Rumble! the giant palm slammed down, causing the void below it to tremble. Thunderous sounds came from the void below the palm. Giant palm covers the sky. In the face of such a powerful move, Gu Fei let out a loud roar and slapped his palm upward. Boom! Chaotic energy exploded. Endless chaotic energy rushed out from Gu Fei's palm, instantly condensing into a giant chaotic palm that slammed upwards. This was a martial arts battle technique, the heaven-covering hand. The giant chaotic palm actually covered the entire sky. This was definitely the heaven-covering hand. The two giant palms collided in an instant. It was like two ancient divine mountains colliding, causing a terrifying aura to spread in all directions. The two huge hands that collided with each other instantly collapsed, turning into two terrifying forces that collided and obliterated each other. Soon, the two forces canceled each other out, and the giant figure was sent flying high into the sky. This scene was too shocking and shocking. Even though the giant clan's second ancestor had reverted to his true form, he was still sent flying. No matter how large his body was, the giant clan's cultivation and battle strength did not seem to change much. Roar! The giant clan's second ancestor roared. Terrifying sound waves spread out, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. Monstrous waves rose up on the Black Demon Sea. Although the Black Demon Sea only had countless living beings on the three main islands, there were also unknown and mysterious living beings hidden at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, even if one were to fly above the Black Demon Sea, one would still encounter danger. The powerful living beings hidden at the bottom of the sea would suddenly attack and hunt down the prey that flew by. To the underwater living beings of the Black Demon Sea, Gu Fei was the best prey. The giant clan loved to hunt down powerful living beings, because the more powerful they were, the more abundant the essence within them. Devouring such flesh and blood could increase the cultivation and battle strength of the giant clan. However, if the prey was too powerful, the roles of hunter and prey would be reversed. At this time, the giant clan's second ancestor became the prey, while Gu Fei became the hunter. At this moment, an incomparably huge, chaotic figure appeared in the sky. A terrifying aura spread out from the figure. The void around this figure was collapsing. The void of heaven and earth could no longer contain such a powerful figure. Seeing the scene, the giants on the deserted island were dumbfounded. This was the heaven and earth Dharma idol that Gu Fei had displayed. The huge figure was no smaller than the giants. He was like an invincible god of war that had walked out from the depths of chaos. He reached out and grabbed one of the giant clan's second ancestor's arms. Then he exerted force and tore the arm off. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a bloody scene. What? The giants on the deserted island were dumbfounded. That was their second ancestor, who was invincible in both cultivation and battle strength. He was only slightly weaker than their great ancestor. But now the second patriarch, who was almost invincible in their eyes, had one of his arms ripped off by someone. The scene was too unbelievable. How could this be? Chapter 3278. Tearing a giant apart with his bare hands was so shocking that it stunned all the other giants watching from the island. This outsider was so strong that he could tear off one of the second ancestor's arms. It was his right arm that was torn off at the shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere, and every drop of blood exuded an endless fiendish aura that could shatter the heavens and earth. Having reached this level of cultivation, the blood essence of the second ancestor of the giant tribe also contained immense power. A single drop of blood could shatter the void of heaven and earth, or turn the earth into a sea. However, when that drop of blood essence fell onto the pitch-black sea, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The essence energy contained in the giant's blood essence was devoured by the Black Demon Sea without even a ripple. Roar! The second ancestor of the giant tribe was enraged. He knew that if his blood essence was devoured by the Black Demon Sea, he would not be able to retrieve it. The loss of his blood essence would naturally weaken his cultivation. At this time, Gu Fei grabbed the severed arm of the second ancestor of the giant tribe and used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the returning truth secret art. He directly refined the essence energy contained in the severed arm into the most primitive essence energy for himself to absorb. Soon, the essence energy contained in the severed arm was completely drained, and it lost its spirituality. Here you go. After saying that, Gu Fei threw the severed arm at the second ancestor of the giant tribe. The giant arm was like a mountain ridge as it smashed toward the second ancestor. The second ancestor of the giant tribe, was enraged. The arm smashed into the divine protective light of the second ancestor of the giant tribe and immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated into the void. By this time, the severed arm was no longer gushing blood. Instead, the flesh, tendons, and bones were rapidly regenerating. Soon, a whole arm had grown back. At the cultivation level of the second ancestor of the giant tribe, regrowing flesh and blood was no longer a difficult task. Kill. Without any hesitation, the second ancestor of the giant tribe charged at Gu Fei, and an even more powerful force erupted from his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of lightning at Gu Fei. A terrifying aura of destruction immediately spread out from the ball of lightning. Gu Fei merely chuckled in the face of the ultimate move. He then dashed forward. At this moment, he displayed his universal Dharma Laksana. His gigantic figure seemed to be able to crush the entire sky. Boundless chaotic energy rushed out from his body, intertwining into a huge chaotic net, which then shot towards the lightning net. The chaotic net that Gu Fei had conjured caught the thunderball. In the next moment, the thunderball exploded in the chaotic net. Boom! A powerful light flashed, and a deafening clap of thunder rang out in the sky. The power of destruction spread out in all directions, shattering the chaotic web that Gu Fei had conjured. At this moment, a figure directly rushed through the shattered void formed by the exploding thunderball. A large hand directly grabbed at Gu Fei's head. Humph! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared above the second ancestor's head and stomped down on his head. He immediately displayed the 8 steps of extreme speed and the 8 kill steps. The power of the first step of the 8 kill steps surged out from under his feet, causing the void beneath his feet to shatter. What? The second ancestor of the giant tribe was startled. He hastily raised his right hand to block the attack. Bang! Gu Fei's foot landed on the giant clan's second ancestor's arm. Crack! The bones in the second ancestor's right arm were broken, and his entire right arm bent in a strange way. Swoosh! At this moment, a stone axe rushed out from the second ancestor's body and directly chopped at Gu Fei's right leg. Although the stone axe looked ordinary and did not emit any powerful energy waves, Gu Fei instinctively dodged it. Wherever the stone axe passed, a crack would appear in the void. Primal chaos chi could be vaguely seen in the crack, and it was difficult to repair it in a short period of time. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be taken aback. Fortunately, he had dodged in time. Otherwise, if he had been struck by the stone axe, his right leg would have been dislocated. One had to know that the more powerful a Tao weapon was, the harder it was to repair the shattered void, and the speed at which it repaired would be very slow. Although this stone axe had yet to display its true power, judging from the speed at which it was able to repair the void, this stone axe was definitely an incredible Tao treasure. The giant tribe's foundation was not weak. There was no doubt that the tribe definitely had 1 or 2 clan protection treasures. Otherwise, how could the giant tribe have become the rulers of Giant Island? They would have long been destroyed by the other forces of the Black Demon Sea. The second ancestor of the giant tribe brandished the stone axe in his hand and engaged in a fierce battle with Gu Fei. The stone axe in his hand moved rapidly in the void, and sounds of breaking air rang out. Gu Fei used the 8 steps extreme speed movement technique to move rapidly in the void. The stone axe in the hand of the second ancestor of the giant tribe could not even touch the corner of his clothes. At the same time, Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a black saber appeared in his hand. Clang! The black saber in Gu Fei's hand collided violently with the stone axe in the hand of the second ancestor of the giant tribe. The two forces exploded, and rays of divine light shot out, tearing apart the void between heaven and earth. The two figures quickly separated. Seeing that the stone axe in the hand of the second ancestor of the giant tribe could actually block his peerless saber, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. This stone axe was indeed extraordinary. The clanging sounds did not stop. The black saber in Gu Fei's hand continuously collided with the other party's stone axe. The power from the two extreme Dao weapons directly shattered the void. In the face of an extreme Dao weapon, the void between heaven and earth was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Seeing this scene, all the spectating giants on the island were dumbfounded. This outsider actually had a Dao weapon that could contend against an ancestral weapon. The stone axe in the hand of the second ancestor of the giant tribe was the supreme treasure of the giant tribe. It was a powerful Dao weapon left behind by the primogenitor of the giant tribe. The existence of the stone axe allowed the giant tribe to escape the calamity of annihilation. Therefore, the stone axe was a supreme Dao weapon in the eyes of the giant tribe. But now, this outsider actually had a Dao weapon that could contend against the giant tribe's supreme Dao weapon. It would be strange if these giants were not shocked. At this time, Gu Fei displayed the universal transcendence idol, which was extremely ferocious. Every slash sent the second ancestor of the giant tribe flying. Chapter 32:79. High up in the sky above the giant island, Gu Fei deployed his universal Dharma idol. The power of primal chaos surged and blasted the second ancestor of the giant tribe down from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the second ancestor of the giant tribe finally fell into the Black Demon Sea. The originally calm surface of the sea was immediately filled with huge waves. At this time, Gu Fei wielded the peerless saber and swooped down towards the second ancestor of the giant tribe from the sky. He then slashed down with his saber. Swoosh! A dazzling saber light descended from the sky, as though it was splitting the entire void in half. The supreme power rippled out, causing the entire world to tremble. The surface of the Black Demon Sea suddenly caved in, as though a pitch-black abyss had appeared, splitting the sea in half. The saber light had yet to truly descend, but the power of the saber was already apparent. Roar! With a furious roar, the second ancestor of the giant tribe broke through the surface of the sea and rushed out of the Black Demon Sea. Endless seawater shot up into the sky as a stone axe cleaved the heavens and the earth, colliding with the saber light. Swoosh! The saber light that descended from the sky instantly collapsed in the void. At the same time, a jet of black light shot out from Gu Fei's hand and slashed at the stone axe that had shot up into the sky. In the next moment, there was a loud boom as the two divine lights collided. This was the collision of two supreme Dao treasures. Violent power erupted in an instant. The two figures quickly separated, and Gu Fei and the second ancestor of the giant tribe moved rapidly in the void, fighting continuously. In the end, Gu Fei slashed out with a saber and sent the second ancestor of the giant tribe flying thousands of zhang away along with a stone axe. Even the stone axe in the second ancestor's hand almost flew out of his hand, the hand that the second ancestor of the giant tribe used to hold the stone axe was bleeding profusely. His skin and flesh were split open, and fresh blood dripped down continuously. This soul-stirring battle left the giants on the island dumbfounded and in disbelief. At this moment, they realized that this outsider was no weaker than them. He must have an incredible background. Who the hell is this guy? The giant on the island was guessing that the world outside the Black Demon Sea was very big and filled with experts. In the distant past, there were once supreme deities who broke into the Black Demon Sea. However, no matter how powerful the divine being that barged into the Black Demon Sea was, he would eventually perish in the Black Demon Sea and become one of the countless skeletons in the sea. But now, the situation seemed to be somewhat different. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful, and the supreme battle prowess he displayed made the hearts of the giants palpitate. Even though the second ancestor of the giant clan wielded the stone axe, the outcome was still the same. This outsider was almost invincible in the Black Demon Sea. The stone hatchet was a precious treasure of the giant tribe and could not be damaged. Therefore, the second patriarch of the giant tribe used the stone hatchet to protect himself, then turned and fled. The second ancestor of the giant clan turned into a beam of divine light and rushed into the giant island. In the next moment, an aura of the extreme path spread out from the giant island. Gu Fei also wanted to enter the giant island, but at this moment, the experts of the giant clan activated the island's protective formation. Swoosh! Then, a mass of divine light rushed out from the depths of the giant island and shrouded the entire giant island in an instant. The layer of divine light blocked Gu Fei from entering the giant island. What? Gu Fei was shocked and infuriated. He did not expect these giants to be so fast. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly punched the layer of divine light. The violent fist force instantly erupted, shaking the heaven and earth and the void. Naturally, it also shook the island's protective formation that shrouded the entire giant island. Countless, incomparably ancient Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on the layer of light, triggering the extreme path force and blocking the power of Gu Fei's punch. Preposterous! Gu Fei knew that once the island's protective formation was activated, it would not be easy for him to break in. However, he was not willing to leave just like that. Have a taste of my blade. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said. Chaotic light circulated around his body and his long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. An extremely violent wave of energy erupted from his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared towards the sky. The billowing sound waves spread out in all directions, causing the sky to tremble. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. He circulated all the power in his body and slashed at the light barrier below with all his might. The peerless, ominous saber in his hand immediately turned into an immortal saber light. It descended from the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the light barrier. This was an extreme power that could destroy everything. It could split the sky and the earth. However, it couldn't break the protective formation of the giant island. When the immortal blade light slashed on the layer of light, it actually bounced back in the next moment. It couldn't cause any direct damage to the formation. If you have the guts, come out and fight. What kind of hero is hiding on the island? Gu Fei stood in the air above the island, holding the fearsome blade in his hand. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a peerless god of war. His gaze swept in all directions as a torrential amount of chaotic chi gushed out from his body, causing the originally dark sky to turn even darker. If you have the guts, come out and fight. A powerful divine sense rippled out from the island below. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind, causing him to feel extremely unhappy. It was a young voice. The adults are talking. Kids, scram to the side. Gu Fei said impatiently, Humph, little brat, this daddy here has been cultivating for 30,000 years. How long have you been cultivating for? You actually dare to act old in front of me? The young voice continued to ring out in Gu Fei's mind. This was a communication at the level of divine sense, completely ignoring the barrier of language. In the world of cultivation, this level of communication was the most basic form of communication. One must know that the number of languages in the 3 realms and 6 Taos was uncountable. Nobody could master all of them. However, divine sense was different. The meaning contained in divine sense could be directly understood by cultivators. When Gu Fei heard this, she was startled. This guy had actually cultivated for 30,000 years? If that was the case, he was definitely an antique old man. Humph, seems like the giant clan is only SOSO. You've become a coward. Gu Fei stood in the air, looking down, and said coldly, "Little brat, provoking us won't do you any good." The voice said, "Is that so?" Gu Fei smiled disapprovingly. Rumble. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from afar. Chapter 3280. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook, and the calm lake started to ripple. Soon, huge waves were set off. What shocked Gu Fei was that a black line had appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. What? It's happening again so soon. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to be moved. He had just experienced something like this before. It was too depressing for him to experience it again in such a short period of time. It seemed like the second ancestor of the giant race knew that something like this was going to happen. Therefore, he immediately escaped into the giant island to avoid this catastrophic storm. That's right. The most terrifying storm of the Black Demon Sea was about to arrive. It was a superstorm that would engulf the entire Black Demon Sea. Every region of the Black Demon Sea would be affected by it. This storm could destroy everything on the surface of the sea. Even at the bottom of the Black Demon Sea, one would only be safe if they were deep enough. Gu Fei learned from the memory of the primordial spirit of the important figure of the giant race that there used to be many islands on the surface of the Black Demon Sea. However, there were only 3 islands left now. There were also living beings at the bottom of the Black Demon Sea. These living beings hid in the deepest parts of the Black Demon Sea and would not come to the surface easily. However, the living beings at the bottom of the sea were not weaker than the living beings on the 3 islands. There were also incomparably powerful beings among them. A while ago, the living beings at the bottom of the sea had attacked the divine island where the divine race was located. However, those living beings did not succeed in breaking through the divine island. Hand over all the Tao weapons on you, and we might let you come in to hide. The young voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled. This storm might be able to take the life of others. Even a quasi-supreme being would find it hard to fight against it. However, who was he? He was Gu Fei. How could he be killed by a storm? Haha, if you don't hand over all the Tao weapons on you, you're going to be in big trouble. The voice laughed. In his opinion, Gu Fei would not be able to survive this storm. However, Gu Fei had an extreme Tao weapon on him. It was full of variables. Humph, humph. My Tao artifact is right here. Do you dare to come out and take it? Gu Fei said with a sneer. With a flip of his right hand, the black blade appeared in his hand, and he handed it forward. At this moment, the voice on the giant island went silent. The fiendish aura emanating from the peerless blade in Gu Fei's hand caused all living beings to tremble. In the depths of the giant island stood a huge figure. That figure emitted a pair of resplendent eyes. He stared at the black blade in the hands of the little fellow outside the giant island, his eyes filled with greed. Anyone would be envious of such an extreme Tao tool. This fellow from the giant tribe, who had cultivated for 30,000 years, was no exception. TCH. So you are a cowardly fellow. A fellow like you wants this senior's Tao artifact? Dream on. Gu Fei said disdainfully. What did you say? The seemingly young giant of the giant tribe was enraged when he heard this. This little guy dared to look down on him. This was unforgivable. Don't you know what I said? So not only are you as cowardly as a mouse, you are also deaf. Gu Fei said in a sarcastic tone. Very well. Then, slowly enjoy the storm. The giant was enraged. He was truly enraged. Since this fellow was unwilling to obediently hand over the Tao artifact, he would just wait for this fellow to die in the storm before taking it from him. The giant's divine sense had already locked onto Gu Fei. At this moment, the sea around the giant island was filled with towering waves. The entire surface of the sea was boiling, and the entire heaven and earth was in an extremely chaotic state. Amidst the rolling waves, Gu Fei could even see some huge skeletons being lifted up into the sky by the waves. You think a mere storm can take this senior's life? You are looking down on me too much. Gu Fei laughed. At this moment, it started raining heavily. The dark clouds were about to reach the surface of the sea. Dazzling lightning flashed within the clouds. Those weren't ordinary lightning bolts, but blood-red lightning bolts. The blood-red lightning bolts constantly tore through the void and bombarded down from the clouds, connecting the clouds and the sea. At this moment, the black line that was originally in the distance had arrived. It was a super huge wave. The wave directly rolled up to the sky and was even higher than the clouds in the sky. The power of the extreme Tao on top of the huge wave was so powerful that the clouds in the sky were constantly dispersed. The entire giant island was shaking violently. On the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire giant island, ancient extreme Tao patterns constantly emerged and intertwined. This layer of divine light was also shaking violently. If this layer of divine light couldn't withstand the super huge wave, the entire giant island would be destroyed by the huge wave and completely disappear from the Black Demon Sea. The giant race on the island would naturally be annihilated. There was absolutely no exception. One had to know that even Gu Fei's expression would change when facing this super huge wave, let alone other living beings. This was the reason why the Black Demon Sea was regarded as a forbidden area by all living beings in the outside world. No living beings could survive under the super huge wave of death. Even living beings with extreme saint weapons or forbidden weapons had to depend on their luck to survive. Haha, you'd better pray for your own luck. Such a wave of spiritual will spread out from the depths of the giant island. Soon, the destructive power arrived, and even the spiritual was directly obliterated. Gu Fei and the giant race powerhouse stopped communicating. At this moment, the super huge wave was like a giant black wall. It crashed towards Gu Fei with the most powerful extreme Tao force. Buzz. A tremor came from Gu Fei's body. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron immediately rushed out from his body and protected him. The shadow of the ancient cauldron blocked all the extreme Tao force that was coming towards Gu Fei. The power that could obliterate everything couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. At this moment, Gu Fei was like a lone boat in the raging sea. He was floating in the superstorm and seemed like he could be engulfed by this superstorm at any time. Boom! The super huge wave directly hit the shadow of the ancient cauldron and sent Gu Fei flying along with the shadow of the ancient cauldron. Even though he had activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, Gu Fei still couldn't do anything about this super huge wave of death. The only thing he could do was to protect himself. Chapter 3281. The death storm of the Black Demon Sea was famous throughout the ancestral god realm. Once the storm started, all living creatures that entered the Black Demon Sea would never be able to come out again because they were all dead. Even the successors of the super forces in the ancestral god realm did not dare to enter the Black Demon Sea recklessly because they were afraid of encountering the death storm. Once encountering the death storm, it was absolutely impossible to escape death. Both body and spirit would be destroyed and one would die. To a cultivator, death was not the most frightening thing. Even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the spirit was still present, one could reconstruct the physical body and restore the cultivation of the past. However, once the spirit was destroyed, it would be true death. Therefore, all cultivators were afraid of having both body and spirit destroyed. This was the most thorough way to die. Rumble. Under the impact of the huge waves, Gu Fei was sent tumbling to God knows where, but before he fell into the sea, he was swept high into the sky. If not for the protection of the power of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have long been obliterated by the power of the death storm. There would only be one outcome, and that was the destruction of body and spirit that all cultivators feared. Even the power of the mountain and river cauldron could only protect him for a while. He soon realized that the shadow of the ancient cauldron that emerged from his body had become extremely dim, as though it would disappear at any time. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He had no choice but to take out the mountain and river cauldron and jump into it. Only then did he not die from the death storm of the Black Demon Sea. This damn place is really annoying. Gu Fei felt very helpless. He was actually forced to jump into the mountain and river cauldron because of the strange phenomenon in this place. This was really King frustrating. This time was no exception. When the entire Black Demon Sea regained its peace, Gu Fei did not know where he was again. In the dusky sky and the pitch-black sea, there was no longer a trace of wind or wave. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist was floating on the surface of the sea. This ancient cauldron was almost completely submerged in the sea. Only the mouth of the cauldron was exposed. However, the strange thing was that even though the mouth of the cauldron was wide open, not a single drop of seawater entered the cauldron. Suddenly, the ancient cauldron moved. Not only did it move, a small head popped out from the cauldron's mouth. The small head that popped out from the mouth of the ancient cauldron looked around. Seeing that there was no movement, it jumped out of the cauldron and stood at the edge of the mouth. However, at this moment, an exotic beast suddenly emerged from the sea and swallowed both the man and the cauldron into its belly. Gu Fei was extremely depressed. He only cared about the surface of the sea, but he forgot that there was danger below the sea. A tadpole-like thing covered in black scales actually swallowed him and the mountain and river cauldron in one gulp. The exotic beast did not have legs, but it swam very quickly in the sea. After swallowing both Gu Fei and the cauldron, it dove into the depths of the sea. Gu Fei was also startled. Given his cultivation, he was naturally more scared than hurt. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, and the next moment, the exotic beast was shaken into a bloody mist. Alas, things were just so coincidental in this world. In the instant Gu Fei turned the exotic beast into a bloody mist, an even bigger and more ferocious exotic beast swallowed the bloody mist in one gulp. It was a sea creature with the head of a true dragon, but the body of a sea snake. This sea creature swallowed Gu Fei and the mountain and river cauldron again. It can't be. Gu Fei was speechless when he sensed all this. His luck was really too bad to have been inexplicably swallowed twice. Just as Gu Fei was about to shake the dragon-headed, sea snake-bodied exotic beast into a bloody mist, he sensed a powerful divine thought wave penetrating in. Gu Fei had cultivated the anti-void secret technique, so he was not afraid of this divine thought wave, because it could not sense the existence of him and the mountain and river cauldron in the stomach of the dragon-headed, sea snake-bodied exotic beast. It's indeed a different world under the sea. Gu Fei's heart trembled. How exactly was the Black Demon Sea formed? How could there be so many powerful living beings in such a vile place? If these creatures were to kill their way out of the Black Demon Sea, the entire ancestral god realm would be plunged into chaos and chaos. Such a huge change was naturally not what the super forces in the ancestral god realm wanted to see. Of course, there must be a reason why it was difficult for the creatures in the Black Demon Sea to leave. Otherwise, who would be willing to stay in such a place? At this time, the dragon-headed, sea snake-bodied exotic beast stopped. It was trembling with fear, as if it was extremely afraid. An incomparably huge black shadow swam past it at high speed, and then disappeared into the darkness of the sea. Even Gu Fei could not help but be moved by such a powerful and mysterious sea creature. The cultivation and battle strength of this sea creature were definitely not inferior to his. The powerful and terrifying aura also went far away. After a while, the dragon-headed, sea snake-bodied exotic beast came to its senses and swam forward. Gu Fei originally wanted to get rid of this exotic beast, but just as he was about to make his move, his heart skipped a beat. This exotic beast swam in a certain direction, as if it was in a hurry to go somewhere. Everyone was curious, and Gu Fei was no exception. Gu Fei really wanted to know where exactly this exotic beast was going. One had to know that this exotic beast was actually not weak. Even if it was far inferior to the powerful and mysterious sea beast from before, it wasn't something ordinary sea beasts could compare to. An hour later, the dragon-headed, sea-snake-bodied sea creature arrived at the deepest part of the Black Demon Sea. It was a nearly bottomless trench. The sea creature directly rushed into the trench and descended rapidly. As the depth increased, the pressure on the exotic beast also increased. After traversing tens of thousands of feet, there was a bright light at the bottom of the trench. There was a completely different world at the bottom of the trench. There were endless buildings at the bottom of the trench. A layer of divine light pushed open the boundless seawater in the surroundings and shrouded the incomparably vast buildings below. The exotic beast directly passed through the layer of divine light and entered the place where there was no seawater. Although it was under the Black Demon Sea, this part of the void was not humid. On the contrary, it was somewhat dry. After entering this part of the void, the exotic beast actually took on a human form. Only its body had taken on a human form, and its head was still that of a true dragon. Swoosh! Chapter 3282. Most of the underwater world of the Black Demon Sea was dead silent. There were no living creatures at all. There was not even a single strand of seaweed, let alone any fish. The underwater world was similar to the world on the surface of the sea. There were only a few places where underwater living creatures could survive. There were definitely no more than 3 such places. This was because only places that were deep enough would be relatively safe. There was a deep trench at the bottom of the Black Demon Sea. At the bottom of the trench, there was a large number of ancient buildings. Even though Gu Fei was hiding in the body of the dragon-headed sea serpent, he could still sense the endless vicissitudes and ancient aura from the outside world. There was a huge ball of light that shrouded the entire ancient building and blocked the endless seawater outside. The bottom of the trench was at least hundreds of thousands of meters deep. The huge water pressure was enough to crush everything, but it was useless against powerful living creatures. Who goes there? Just as the dragon-headed sea serpent creature transformed into a human form and was about to dive down, a figure rushed out of the building and intercepted the dragon-headed sea serpent. It was a young man with a head of blue hair and a pale face, but he was incomparably handsome. "Serpent dragon, it's you." The blue-haired young man looked at the dragon-headed sea serpent and sneered. "Lan Jiao, are you on duty today? This job of guarding the door seems to suit you very well." The serpent dragon said with a sarcastic look. "What did you say?" The blue-haired young man, called Lan Jiao, said with a frown. This guy was actually mocking him with a hidden meaning. This was too abominable. "Can't you tell? Haha." The serpent dragon said sarcastically, "Are you courting death?" Lan Jiao's eyes turned sharp as he looked at the serpent dragon. A chilling, killing intent spread from his body. He actually wanted to kill the serpent dragon. "Want to kill me? You don't seem to be able to." The serpent dragon said with a disdainful smile. "Is that so?" The Lan Jiao was truly enraged. The disdainful expression of the other party was simply too annoying. He really wanted to smash this guy into pieces, but he ultimately endured it. One had to know that the backer behind the serpent dragon was not small. It was fine to offend the serpent dragon, but it was unacceptable to offend the backer. A good dog doesn't block the way. "Get out of the way." The serpent dragon glared at the basket dragon coldly. Although it wasn't a real true dragon, the true dragon bloodline in its body was genuine. This sea beast had the right to be arrogant. At this moment, the Lan Jiao, who was standing in front of the serpent dragon, had a gloomy expression. If it weren't for the force behind the serpent dragon, he would have taught this fella a lesson. "Preposterous!" The Lan Jiao roared and threw a punch at the serpent dragon. This guy was too detestable, and he couldn't hold it in any more. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his fist. His fist turned blue, as if a blue divine flame was throbbing. "Humph! I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time," the serpent dragon said angrily. He then extended his right hand and grabbed the incoming fist, grabbing the Lan Jiao's fist in an instant. Boom! In the next moment, two powerful forces erupted from each other's hands. Although the serpent dragon was strong, it was still pushed back by the opponent's power. On the other hand, the Lan Jiao was as still as a mountain. Only its upper body shook a few times. The serpent dragon was very surprised. Not only did the Lan Jiao take its punch, but he also pushed it back. Since when did the opponent's cultivation level increase to such a level? Humph! Dumbfounded, right? The Lan Jiao stared at the serpent dragon with a proud look. Humph! The serpent dragon snorted and was about to continue attacking. However, a figure suddenly appeared between it and the Lan Jiao at this moment. What? The serpent dragon and the Lan Jiao were taken aback. They focused and saw an old man in black. He was a hunchbacked old man in black. "It's you!" The serpent dragon and the Lan Jiao were shocked when they saw the man's appearance. The hunchbacked old man in black was not an ordinary powerhouse. His name was Tuashan, and he was also known as Old Man Tuashan. His reputation was rather well known in the underwater world of the Black Demon Sea. Enough! Old Man Tuashan glanced coldly at the serpent dragon and the Lan Jiao. Serpent dragon and basket flood dragon did not speak, but they did not dare to disrespect Old Man Tuashan. Old Man Tuashan's cultivation base and combat strength were far above theirs, so it was definitely unwise to offend such an existence. The serpent dragon glanced at Old Man Tuashan before bypassing the old man and the Lan Jiao. It rushed down and landed in front of a city gate. A man in white was sitting on the city gate tower, drinking by himself. He did not even raise his head or look at the serpent dragon. He simply ignored the serpent dragon. The serpent dragon did not take it seriously, as it knew that this fellow had the right to ignore it. It could still be domineering in front of the Lan Jiao, but it did not dare to act presumptuously in front of this fellow. The serpent dragon did not hesitate and directly walked into the city gate. Behind the city gate was a street that was not deserted. On the contrary, there were many living beings walking on the street. There were shops on both sides of the street that sold all kinds of unique cultivation materials from the seabed of the Black Demon Sea. The living beings walking on the street were all in human form. However, most of them had the bodies of humans, but the heads of foreign races. Some of the living beings even revealed their original forms and wandered around the street in a ferocious manner. "Serpent dragon, I'll kill you sooner or later." At this moment, the old dragon gritted his teeth in the sky outside the city. He could not really kill the serpent dragon here, but it was different outside. Even if he killed the serpent dragon, the backer of the serpent dragon would not be able to do anything to him. Old Man Tuashan glanced at the Lan Jiao, but did not say anything. Then he flew down from the sky and entered the city. Old Man Tuashan did not want to pay attention to these two juniors, but since he had encountered them, it would not be good if others found out if he did not show himself. Therefore, he could only step forward to stop them. Fighting was prohibited within the boundaries of Deep Heaven City. No living beings were allowed to fight within the boundaries of Deep Heaven City. I didn't expect such a city to exist at the seabed of the Black Demon Sea. Gu Fei was very surprised. He was still hiding inside the serpent dragon's body and did not show himself, but he could sense everything around him. Chapter 30, 283. Gu Fei was swallowed by the serpent dragon along with the mountain and river cauldron. However, he did not want to come out of the sea beast's stomach so soon. The serpent dragon did not know that there was a person hiding in its stomach. It went directly to Deep Heaven City at the bottom of the trench. Deep Heaven City at the bottom of the trench was a city that had existed for countless years. There were countless buildings in the city, including bridges, pavilions, terraces, and so on. Gu Fei hid in the serpent dragon's stomach and went directly to the ancient city at the bottom of the ocean without any obstructions. Countless creatures came and went on the streets of the ancient city. It was not deserted. There were also many shops on both sides of the street, and powerful creatures appeared in these shops. However, the serpent dragon was not in the mood to stroll around. It strode forward and soon turned into an alley on the side of the street, disappearing at the end of the alley. As soon as the serpent dragon disappeared, two black figures rushed into the alley from outside. Lost them. The two creatures in black glanced at each other, and then they turned around and left. Want to follow me? You guys are too young. In the shadow of a pavilion not far from the alley, a person walked out. This person had the body of a human, but the head of a dragon. This person was the serpent dragon. The serpent dragon looked in the direction where the two creatures in black disappeared with disdain. It turned out that it had sensed that it was being watched as soon as it entered the city. This was not a good thing for the serpent dragon. Of course, it would not be difficult for it to get rid of its tail. The serpent dragon walked into the shadow again. It was like a ghost, disappearing into the void and disappearing without a trace. Soon, the serpent dragon arrived at a courtyard. It was a very ordinary courtyard in the city. However, there was a hidden powerhouse living in the courtyard. The serpent dragon came to Deep Heaven City to pay a visit to this powerhouse and wanted to form an alliance with him. At this time, both the underwater world and the world on the surface of the ocean were shrouded in an extremely oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. It was no secret that the underwater forces had begun to form an alliance. This was because once something big happened, the forces that formed an alliance would naturally exist longer than the forces that did not form an alliance. When the serpent dragon appeared in the courtyard, the owner of the house had already sensed the movement. "You're quite punctual." An old voice came from the house. "Greetings, Senior." The serpent dragon did not dare to neglect and quickly bowed towards the house. "Interesting, you don't seem to have come alone." The old voice in the room sounded again. That existence seemed to have noticed something. What? Upon hearing this, the snake dragon was extremely shocked. Could it be that there was a tail following behind it that it hadn't gotten rid of? How was this possible? He felt that he was already being very careful. However, just as the serpent dragon was feeling bewildered, his stomach suddenly moved. When he looked inside, he was extremely shocked. He saw that there was an ancient cauldron the size of a fist in his stomach. The snake dragon was sweating profusely. This was the first time it had encountered such a thing. Someone had actually entered its stomach without anyone knowing. However, the serpent dragon's expression changed very quickly. The next moment, the ancient cauldron in its stomach suddenly enlarged. With a boom, the serpent dragon's body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. In the blood mist, an ancient cauldron was floating, and an extremely powerful aura immediately spread from it. At this moment, the blood mist around the ancient cauldron surged and converged. Soon, a figure reappeared in the void. This fellow was the serpent dragon. The serpent dragon was extremely shocked. It stared at the man and the cauldron. It knew that it had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. If this mysterious person wanted to kill it, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. "Who are you?" "You're not a creature of the Black Demon Sea." A divine thought fluctuation came from the house, and a voice directly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. "You have a good eye." Gu Fei smiled and said. He looked into the house and saw a blurry figure sitting cross-legged on a futon on the ground with its back facing him. He could sense an extremely obscure death aura from this figure. Obviously, this fellow was not a living being, but an undead spirit. Moreover, it was an unimaginably powerful undead spirit. "Of course I have a good eye. Outsider, since you're here, you can stay here forever." The figure uttered these words. "Is that so? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Gu Fei said indifferently. He was still very calm. After all, He had the peerless, ominous saber and the mountain and river cauldron. It would be too frustrating if he could still be killed. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei said such a sentence, the existence in the house made a move. He flipped his right hand and directly grabbed out of the house. So fast! Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. At the next moment, the big hand that had grabbed out of the house scattered the afterimage he had left behind. When it appeared again, it had already rushed into the house. Take a punch from me too. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly threw a punch at the figure that had its back facing him. A violent and monstrous wave of power erupted from his fist. Boom! At the next moment, the house that the figure was in exploded. It was shattered by the extremely powerful wave of power that had erupted from Gu Fei's fist. Bang! The figure still did not turn around. He actually used a backhand to receive Gu Fei's punch. At the same time, he also blocked the extremely powerful wave of power that had erupted from his fist. Swoosh! At the next moment, Gu Fei instantly retreated hundreds of feet. He was so fast that all the underwater creatures who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. In particular, the serpent dragon was directly stunned. It had never expected that the outsider hiding in its body would be so powerful. One had to know that the old senior that it had come to meet this time was an extremely powerful existence. Among the countless creatures in the entire Deep Heaven City, there were only 1 or 2 people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with this senior. If this senior were to stomp his foot, the entire underwater world would tremble 3 times. However, the outsider in front of it could actually fight with the senior and not be killed by the senior. It was really unbelievable. At this moment, the existence that was sitting on the ground slowly stood up. It was a skinny old man with a deathly aura all over his body. He was like an ultimate demon that had crawled out of hell. Chapter 3284. The sudden burst of a powerful aura in Deep Heaven City alarmed all the living creatures. Who is it that actually has the guts to dare to fight in the city? A powerful creature rushed out immediately. That's the cultivation place of the Heavenly Corpse Ancestor. Someone exclaimed. The Heavenly Corpse Ancestor was one of the most powerful creatures in Deep Heaven City. Many creatures knew that the Heavenly Corpse Ancestor was cultivating in Tianxian City. It was not a secret. The origin of the Heavenly Corpse Ancestor was very mysterious. It was said that the creature was an ancient corpse at the bottom of the Black Demon Sea that regained its consciousness and cultivated. Of course, no one knew the truth except for the Heavenly Corpse Ancestor. Rumble! The world was shaking as the 2 forces collided. Countless creatures in Deep Heaven City were shocked to the extreme. Someone actually dared to fight in Deep Heaven City. This was a serious matter that would cause public anger. It should be known that Deep Heaven City was a very special place in the underwater world of the Black Demon Sea. For countless years, fighting was not allowed here. It should be known that it was under the trench. Once a battle broke out, the trench would collapse and Deep Heaven City would be completely buried. At this time, Gu Fei was confronting the skinny old man. The old man was like a mummy that crawled out of the ground. His eyes were sunken, and his hair was yellow and sparse. He looked like a skeleton covered with a layer of skin. This guy dares to provoke the Heavenly Corpse Ancestor. A hunchbacked old man appeared in the distant sky. He looked at the scene in front of him with great shock. At this time, the courtyard where the Heavenly Corpse Ancestor was in had already been shattered. The power emanating from the 2 figures was too strong. Outsider. The words of the Heavenly Corpse Ancestor were extremely cold. In the depths of his eyes, there were 2 spots of bloodlight that made people's hearts palpitate. A chilling killing intent had already shrouded Gu Fei. This underwater world seems to be very exciting. Gu Fei looked at the Heavenly Corpse Ancestor opposite him. Even in the face of such a powerful existence, he was not nervous at all. Although the guy in front of him was powerful, he was not invincible. It's very exciting, but since you're here, you can't leave. The Heavenly Corpse Ancestor said, I will come and go as I please. What can you do to me? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Humph, arrogant fellow, said the heavenly corpse ancestor with a sneer. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. On his skinny right hand, every finger was very thin and long. There was a faint death chi circling them, like 5 incomparably sharp little swords. Gu Fei smiled and then directly punched out. Boom! Kacha! A muffled crash and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The heavenly corpse ancestor was actually knocked back. His right arm was bent in a strange way, and some of his bones even pierced through his flesh. The heavenly corpse patriarch, was extremely shocked. One had to know that his physical body was extremely powerful. In the entire Deep Heaven City, no one could injure him with a single punch. Kill! The heavenly corpse patriarch was enraged. An extremely powerful death chi burst out from his body. His broken right arm was recovering rapidly. The broken bones were reconnected and his flesh, tendons, and bones were regenerated. Whoosh! A bone spear that emitted a monstrous death chi rushed out from the heavenly corpse patriarch's body and directly pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a black saber immediately appeared in his hand. He did not think much and directly slashed at the bone spear that had pierced through him. Clang! When the black saber in Gu Fei's hand collided with the bone spear, a sound of metal colliding was heard. The bone spear was slashed away by the black saber in Gu Fei's hand. Then Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly approached the heavenly corpse patriarch. He raised his saber and slashed towards the heavenly corpse patriarch's head. While the heavenly corpse patriarch was shocked, he quickly dodged like a ghost, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. However, Gu Fei directly chased after the heavenly corpse patriarch with his extreme speed of 8 steps. He stretched out his left hand and directly displayed the hand of heaven covering. Rumble! A large chaotic hand immediately appeared in the void and enveloped the heavenly corpse patriarch. A terrifying power of destruction was obliterated from the large chaotic hand. What? Seeing this scene, all the creatures in Deep Heaven City were extremely shocked. These 2 guys were really unscrupulous. They actually dared to fight here. When the large chaotic hand fell, a large number of houses directly collapsed in the void. Under the obliteration of the destructive power, the ancient buildings actually turned into dust. At this moment, the bone spear had already flown back to the heavenly corpse patriarch's hand. Without hesitation, the heavenly corpse patriarch directly activated the bone spear in his hand. An extreme level of death power immediately erupted from the bone spear. Countless ancient runes appeared on the bone spear. An extremely sharp, blood-red light soared into the sky and penetrated the large chaotic hand that was obliterating. In the next moment, the large chaotic hand that was obliterating from the sky was actually penetrated by the blood-red light that rushed out from the bone spear. Then, it gradually dissipated in the void. With the bone spear in hand, the heavenly corpse patriarch was extremely powerful. It directly broke Gu Fei's hand of heaven covering and directly attacked Gu Fei. The bone spear in the heavenly corpse patriarch's hand turned into a bone dragon and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. Extreme Tao-level power of death erupted from the bone dragon's body, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the entire void, as if the void was about to be annihilated. It had to be said that this bone weapon of extreme Tao was really powerful. However, this was definitely not its true power. The power of the bone weapon of extreme Tao could not be fully unleashed even by someone as powerful as the heavenly corpse patriarch. Clang! The 2 extreme Tao weapons collided once again. The power that erupted from the collision was vast and mighty. Everything in the vicinity was directly destroyed and turned into dust. The snake dragon and the basket dragon had long since fled far away. Even old man Tuashan did not dare to approach. In a battle of this level, no one could intervene, except for the 1 or 2 supreme existences in Deep Heaven City. At this moment, a white figure appeared in the distant sky. Interesting. An outsider actually barged in. How many years has it been since something like this happened? The white-robed man sighed. A light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, a long howl rushed out from the depths of Deep Heaven City. The entire void shook. In the next moment, an unimaginably powerful figure directly walked out from the depths of Deep Heaven City. Wherever this figure passed, the surrounding void instantly collapsed and turned into primal chaos. It was a shocking sight. When Gu Fei noticed this figure, he could not help but be moved. This fellow was definitely not weaker than Sankei or the demonic rock lady. He was in existence on the same level as them. Attacking here? Do you have a death wish? The newcomer roared angrily. His voice shook the heavens. Living beings with weaker cultivations were directly knocked unconscious by the sound and fell from the sky. Some unlucky living beings were even smashed to death from the sky. However, most of them only had their heads broken and were not in danger of dying. "You're the one who has a death wish," Gu Fei said. At this moment, the powerful existence had already approached. However, even this existence did not dare to get too close. It should be known that this was a battle between two extreme Dao weapons. Extreme Dao power was so powerful that even those supreme beings in the past could not withstand it. "Outsider, you have guts," the powerful existence said angrily. "TSK, no guts? Do you have guts?" Gu Fei raised his middle finger at the living being while fighting with the Heavenly Corpse Patriarch. "Haha, old ghost, you've suffered a loss this time." The Heavenly Corpse Patriarch laughed loudly. "Humph!" The powerful living being hidden in the primal chaos was enraged. A terrifying wave of power immediately erupted from his body. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of exploding. "This fellow dares to anger Lord Wushang. Is he courting death?" In the distant sky, the powerful living beings who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. It should be known that Lord Wushang of Deep Heaven City was an existence that was not weaker than the Heavenly Corpse Patriarch. In the underwater Deep Heaven City, the Heavenly Corpse, Wushang, and Lan Yuan were the three supreme beings. In the eyes of the silent living beings of Deep Heaven City, they were invincible. In the eyes of the living beings of Deep Heaven City, the three patriarchs were supreme existences. They were the rulers of Deep Heaven City. The Heavenly Corpse Patriarch did not care about worldly affairs and only focused on cultivation. Therefore, the true rulers of Deep Heaven City were Ancestor Wushang and Ancestor Lan Yuan. Since Gu Fei and the Heavenly Corpse Patriarch were fighting in Deep Heaven City, Ancestor Wushang naturally could not ignore it. He could only intervene. "Both of you come at me together. I haven't had a good fight in a long time," Gu Fei said arrogantly. He used the black saber in his hand and forced the Heavenly Corpse Patriarch to continuously retreat. He was very domineering. "Little fellow, since you want to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish." As Ancestor Wushang spoke, he directly attacked without any hesitation. Streaks of chaotic aura surged around him and turned into chaotic divine chains that entangled Gu Fei. They were like divine chains forged from real chaotic divine metal, clanging loudly. "TCH, you want to gang up on me, but you still have to find so many excuses. You're too hypocritical." As Gu Fei spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of sword light. The ray of sword light directly entangled the chaotic divine chains. Clanging sounds rang out, and the chaotic divine chains were all cut apart by the ray of sword light that Gu Fei had spat out. Chilly sword chi spread out, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped under the impact of the sword chi. This